2022, and this is another day of jury trial in the case of State of Ohio Plaintiff versus George Washington Wagner IV, case number 2018 CR 155. The defendant is present in court today with his attorneys, John Parker and Richard Nash. The State of Ohio is represented today by the prosecuting attorney, Rob Junk, by special prosecuting attorneys, Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson, all of whom are present in the courtroom. Also present is Ryan Scheider, our special agent with Ohio BCI&I. When we recessed yesterday afternoon, Agent Todd Fortner was on the witness stand. Let me ask counsel, is the state ready to proceed today, ready to have the jury brought up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
We are ready, Judge. We'd like to put one thing on the record, just briefly.
All right, what you submit?
Judge,
Yeah.
we just want to note our continuing objection to photos of the victims being projected. I think this witness is going to go into scene 2 today, which will be 2 additional victims. So we just want to note our continuing objection for the record.
All right, and the objection has to do with the effect it would have on the jury? Is that the...
Yes, it's projecting on the large screen the photos of the victims. You know, Judge, the manner and cause of death is not in dispute here. You know, there are certain things in dispute, and the manner and the cause of death, and these were aggravated murders, those things are not in dispute. And to show repeated close-up photographs of the wounds or the victims, it's inflammatory, it's not necessary, those things are not in dispute. We object to those things being projected onto the large screen of this jury.
You don't have a problem with them, the photographs themselves, it's the projection of them?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Half the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Today's witness processed that scene. Part of his duties were to examine and document the body. In doing so, he took note of and collected various pieces of evidence associated with these bodies. His testimony today will be probative with respect to the location, position of those bodies, and the evidence that he collected, and projecting those images will be necessary to assist the jury in understanding the value of his testimony.
All right, I'm going to overrule the defense objections to projecting these. I have been observing the jury, and none of them seem to be overly reactive to any of these photographs, and and I do feel that they do assist the jury in understanding the testimony that's being given, so I'll overrule the defense objection. We can bring the jury up. You all may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's good to see all of you back here today. We are in another day of trial. You'll recall that when we recessed yesterday afternoon, Agent Todd Fortner was on the witness stand. And so let me ask the State of Ohio, are you ready to proceed to continue your direct examination of Agent Fortner?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, thank you.
Then we can have Agent Fortner step in. Terry? Before Agent Fortner begins his testimony, does anyone in the jury have anything you feel the court should know or anything to report to the court? All right, hearing nothing, then we'll proceed. Not working. All right, Agent Fortner, you are still under oath, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, and for you, Agent Fortner, I put back up before the jury what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B332. We need to make a record, so can you tell the jury, or can you tell the court reporter and the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B332?
Yes, this is an aerial image of scene number 2 at 4199 Union Hill Road.
And when we had left off yesterday, basically, do you remember walking the jury through your documentation of the outside of that scene?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B41, please? I'm going to put up on the screen what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B41. I'm also going to hand you another stack of pictures. The top picture will be State's Exhibit B41. B41 that you have in your hand, is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes.
Now, if you could, walk the jury with the pointer. Show them where we were when we left off with the picture. So you'd work your way all the way around that property and point to where we basically left off.
It's, I believe we were back up to this corner then, having come all the way around the house.
When you got to that corner of the house, did you notice an item in the driveway area that kind of drew your attention that you thought you might want to collect?
Yes, there was a sweatshirt laying in the driveway.
In State's Exhibit B41, can you tell the jury what's depicted in that picture?
Yes, that is that sweatshirt in the driveway.
At the time that you collected, or at the time you observed that sweatshirt, again, did you have any idea based on any of your conversations, any of the evidence at the scene, whether or not that was directly linked to the murders in this case?
No.
Did you collect it again out of abundance of caution in hoping to get evidence that may be linked to this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. With respect to documenting and collecting that item, did you do it the same way you've already testified with respect to other items that you collected in this case?
Yes.
All right. Walk us through how you took the pictures and how you would have marked and ultimately collected that piece of evidence.
So I would have taken medium range photos like this to establish where it is in relation to other items or objects. I would have taken close-up photos of the item. I would have given the item an item number with a placard usually, taken a picture of that, and then collected, sealed the item.
Mr. Junk, can I get State's Exhibit B178, please? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B178?
Yes, this is the sweatshirt marked as item number 2.
Does that picture there kind of give a little better orientation where it was at that scene?
Yes.
Like, can you point to the diagram and show us where in the scene that was?
Again, we're on this corner out here.
Can you give me the next picture, which is B179? Ultimately, did you give that a unique BCI item number and assign it a photo identification placard as well?
Yes, it was item number 2.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit B311. State's Exhibit B311, do you recognize the markings on that packaging?
Yes, it's my evidence sticker with number 2, a sweatshirt, gray in color, collected from 4199 Union Hill. and my initials are on the side.
Did you ultimately collect, package, maintain, and store that item in accordance with your training and standard operating procedure there at BCI?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll stipulate.
Your Honor, at this time, the parties would agree and enter into a stipulation that State's Exhibit B311 contains the sweatshirt, which was marked for identification purposes by BCI as item number 2. That sweatshirt is contained as photographed in State's Exhibit B179 with photo placard number 2.
That's correct, Judge.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact, as fully as if it had been established by evidence here in the courtroom.
Now, with respect to that sweatshirt, again, at the time you collected it, any idea whether or not it was related to the homicides in this case?
I didn't know. It appeared that it had been there a while. There was some gravel on top of it, but
And at any point during this investigation, did you obtain information that led you to believe that it would have somehow been involved in this?
no, we didn't.
Your Honor, at this time, the parties would enter into another stipulation.
All right, state it for us, please.
The parties would stipulate and agree that the sweatshirt marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B311 was collected, again, by Agent Fortner, that item was not sent to the lab for any further DNA testing.
That's correct, Judge.
But again, the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact, as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Did you continue to document and observe items, vehicles, or other potential evidence in the area of the front corner of that trailer or that residence there?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B42, please? B42 is now up on the screen. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there and where in relation to the trailer at 4199 that picture was taken?
Yes, this is the black truck on the side of the trailer that we have previously seen the bed and the side of. This is just a photograph of the front of it.
And Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B43, please? And again, still working that same area of your documentation, can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B43?
This is a photograph of the trailer at 4199 from that corner, just completing the trip around the residence.
In addition to the trailer and the area around the trailer, did you also document several vehicles that were in the driveway area of that residence?
Yes.
And if you could, show us on the overhead diagram or the overhead picture there where those vehicles were located.
It was the black truck, the red truck, and there was a blue car.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits B44, B45, and B46. Can you take a look at those, please? Mr. John, just put State's Exhibit B44 up on the screen. Can you tell us what we're looking at there with respect to those exhibits?
That is the red truck that was in the driveway.
And did you document that truck or photograph that truck from basically all sides and angles?
Yes.
To depict the way that it appeared on that day?
Yes.
And is that represented there in the other pictures that you have that are not displayed on the screen at this time?
Yes.
And do those pictures truly and accurately depict the way that vehicle looked out of that scene on that day?
Yes, they do.
Now, just to provide a little bit of orientation with respect to how that truck was in the driveway and where it was, on State's Exhibit B44, can you see the deck for 4199 in that
Yes.
picture? All right. And if you could, actually, there's something else I want to point out. Take your pointer and show where on the diagram that picture was oriented.
So it's taken from this angle, from this side of the driveway, and you can see the front porch in the photograph.
Does that picture actually capture another overhead light on a pole there?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you tell, or I don't know if you can do it from there, you may be able to reach up over your shoulder there. Point out on State Exhibit B44 where that overhead light was.
This is the light that was on the pole in the front yard.
Break you out.
Okay.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibits B47 through B51. State Exhibits B47 through B51, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in those pictures?
These are photographs of the blue car that was in front of the residence.
And I had Mr. Junk post up on the TV screen State Exhibit B47. Again, can you tell the jury what is depicted in State Exhibit B47?
Yes, this is the rear of that blue car that was in the front yard.
Now, with respect to that blue car, again, did you document all sides and angles of that vehicle as it appeared in that location on that day?
Yes, I did.
And those other exhibits, B48 through B51, that I'm not going to put up on the screen, again, do those truly and accurately depict the way that vehicle looked on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
To provide a little bit of orientation, can you tell us what we're looking at with respect to B47, how that car is angled, and what's caught in the background there?
Yes, it was roughly in this location here. This photograph would be from this direction looking at the rear of it.
And that road there, from that angle, does that head back down towards scene one?
Yes, you can actually see some of the vehicles, now buildings of scene one there.
In addition to documenting those vehicles in that front driveway area, did you also find or locate various cigarette butts in the front area of that location there at 4199 Union Hill Road?
Yes.
And if you could, use your pointer there, show the jury where you located various cigarette butts.
They were essentially in this area around the driveway, just off the porch.
Did you collect those butts as part of your work in this case?
Yes.
And walk us through how you would have gone about collecting those.
They would have been photographed similar to other items and collected and sealed in packaging.
Mr. Junk, can you give us State's Exhibit B52? I hand you another set of pictures. Can you look at those pictures and tell us, are the cigarette butts that you collected as part of your work in this case, are those depicted in those pictures?
Yes, they are.
In State's Exhibit B52 that's up on the screen, can you tell the jury what area that residence they're looking at and what you're trying to depict in that picture?
Yes, again, you can see one of the tires of the red truck, and there are cigarette butts in the gravel there.
And would you, again, part of zooming in, obviously this is a contextual picture, but as part of zooming in so that you can actually photograph or document how those butts actually looked on the ground that day?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B53, please? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in respect to State's Exhibit B53?
Yes, this is a closer picture of a couple of the cigarette butts located in the driveway.
Were there also some cigarette butts that you located near the front porch area?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B54, please? Okay, and again, can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B54?
Yes, these are the steps to the front porch, and there are some cigarette butts on the ground near the steps.
Would you have taken individual pictures or close-up pictures of the cigarette butts that you collected in that area as part of your work in this case?
Probably not individual each cigarette butt, but yes, I would have taken close-up pictures to show the cigarette butts.
And did you, in fact, do that?
Yes.
And are those pictures depicted in State's Exhibits B55 through 57? I'm not necessarily going to show those, just
Yes.
Look at those pictures that you have in front of you. And those exhibits, state's exhibits B55 through B57, do those truly and accurately depict the way those cigarette butts looked on that day that you collected them?
Yes.
Did you eventually mark and collect those cigarette butts?
I did.
Mr. Junk, can you give me state's exhibit B180? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to state's exhibit B180?
These are the cigarette butts that I collected from that outside area as item number 3.
Did you put all those cigarette butts into one envelope or one packaging?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as state's exhibit B312. And I actually opened that before we came in here. Be careful, there's some loose items in there, I don't want you to spill them. Can you look in that pack? Well, first of all, do you recognize the markings on the front of that packaging?
Yes, it's labeled as my evidence number 3, cigarette butts from driveway with my initials on the seal.
Now, can you look into that open package and tell the jury what's inside that open package?
There are some loose cigarette butts as well as 3 other individual envelopes.
Okay. Can you pull those 3 individual envelopes out for us?
Yes.
Now, those individual envelopes, are those your envelopes? Did you do that or did somebody else do that?
I did not. This would have been done at the lab.
Okay. And do you recognize, well, are there markings on the outside or individual identification markings on the outside of each of those packets?
Yes, there are.
Can you tell us how those packets are marked?
They're marked with the lab number 16-15196 with the date of 4/29/16 and someone's initials on the seal.
Are there individual numbers on those packets?
Yes, there are.
Can you tell the jury what those numbers are?
I believe number 2, number 14, and number 15, looks like.
And again, do you recognize that as work that potentially the lab would have done in this case on those butts that you collected on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe we have another stipulation.
All right, you can state that for us.
Mr. Parker, this would be number 32, I believe, on your list. The parties would agree and stipulate that several cigarette butts were sent to the lab from State's Exhibit B312, which were cigarette butts that were located and collected at 4199 Union Hill Road. Those cigarette butts were identified by the lab as items 17A, or butt number 14, 17B, or butt number 15, and 17C, or butt number 2. The cigarette butt labeled as 17A, or also 14, had unknown female DNA on it. The cigarette butt labeled as 17B, or also number 15, had male DNA on it, and Frankie Rhoden could not be excluded as the contributor of that DNA. And then the cigarette butt labeled as 17C, or also number 2, had unknown male DNA on it.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct.
The jury is instructed to accept that stipulation to be established as fact, as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
In addition to those cigarette butts in the front area, front porch area, did you examine other items of interest with respect to that front deck and the area right out front of that front deck?
Yes, in particular, there was an apparent blood stain on the wooden table in the front yard.
Can you give me, Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B59? State's Exhibit B59, could you, again, show the jury on the big screen where that is, or not the big screen, on the big overhead aerial, where that is, and then tell us what we're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B59.
This was the table that was located in the yard here. You can see the apparent blood stain. It was tested and was positive for blood. Subsequently, this is where the deputy had told me the family brought the infant out and changed its diaper there.
And with respect to the size location, nature of the blood on that wood table? Did it look consistent with a diaper, a bloody diaper having been changed in that area?
Yes.
Even though that you had been told what had happened there, did you still swab that area for potential evidence?
Yes.
And walk us through how, when you do a swab, to collect suspected blood.
Yes, I take, of course, with gloves on, 2 sterile swabs, hydrated with distilled water, swab the material, place them back in the package, and seal them in an envelope.
And eventually, is that stored, maintained, and kept in accordance with your standard operating procedures?
Yes.
And eventually, if requested, do those swabs make their way to the lab?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B60? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit B60?
Yes, these are the blood stains on that table.
And eventually, did you mark those with a photo ID placard or some kind of marking system that allows you to identify it for BCI cataloging purposes?
Yes, this would have been marked as an area.
Okay, so tell us about that. You've given other items numbers. How do you mark an area?
And like I think I've explained, any tangible object that we're going to pick up and keep would get an item number. If there's an area of interest, such as a blood stain, we would give that a letter number or a letter placard to make it an area.
Okay. Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B181? State's Exhibit B181, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Yes, this is a photograph of that area of blood on the wooden table in front of the residence, and it is marked with a placard as Area A.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit B327. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B327?
Yes, this is an envelope with my evidence sticker showing it's evidence number 18, containing 2 swabs of suspected blood from the wood table in Area A, collected from 4199 Union Hill, and my initials are on the seal.
And again, are those the swabs you collected as depicted in State's Exhibit B181?
Yes.
And did you maintain and store those in accordance with standard operating procedure?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe we have another stipulation.
State that for us, please.
The parties would agree and stipulate that State's Exhibit B327 was not sent to the lab for DNA testing.
Mr. Carter.
That's correct.
The jury is instructed to accept that stipulation just given as established as fact, as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
In addition to collecting and documenting the evidence in the front yard area that you talked about, cigarette butt, sweatshirt, blood stain, did you also do some work in documenting evidence or documenting that front porch area that was just depicted?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you another stack of pictures. State's Exhibit B61. I'm actually going to take this. I'm going to put up, I've taken down State's Exhibit B332. I'm going to put up State's Exhibit B334 for the jury. Can you look at State's Exhibit B334? Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a diagram, rough diagram, not to scale, of the residence, produced by Agent Durst subsequent to our investigation of the scene.
And with respect to these diagrams, you said that they're not to scale. Do you create these diagrams, or does BCI create these diagrams to give a general idea of where various pieces of evidence are found in a scene?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to that exact exhibit, do you see some of the exhibits or some of the pieces of evidence that you've already testified to?
Yes.
And can you walk us through just really quickly where those are?
Well, here's the front porch and the front door to the residence. Number 3 would have been the cigarette butts in this general area. Number 2 was where the gray sweatshirt was collected.
And then yesterday, did you testify to some of the pieces of evidence that were found in the back of that residence?
Yes.
And are those also depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
Can you show us where those are?
4, 5, and 6 were the knife, sledgehammer, and pliers that were out back.
And again, on that document or on that exhibit, is there I guess a guide or a ledger that links each one of those pieces up with what actually was found there with
Yes.
respect to a number?
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through your documentation of that front porch area. How did you go about doing it, and what were you trying to capture?
Similar to a room in a house, we would go photograph all areas of it, either corner to corner, side to side, or both, just to document everything that's there.
State's Exhibit B61, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
It's a photograph of the porch from the stairs.
State's Exhibit B62.
Another photograph of the porch from that corner.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to examine the items that were in the corner of that porch?
We did.
Was there anything in that grouping of items that was of evidentiary value to you?
No.
State's Exhibit B65. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a photograph of those items from a different angle on the porch.
And again, didn't collect anything from that area, is that correct?
Correct.
State's Exhibit B64. Can you tell us what area of the porch, and because it's not really clear, can you point on the diagram where we're looking at there?
Be in this area to the right of the front door, in this corner of the porch.
And what was in that area?
A few bags of things.
Did you have the opportunity to look at those items, check to see if there was anything in that area that was of evidentiary value to you?
Yes, I did.
And was there anything of evidentiary value to you?
No, there wasn't.
Can I get State's Exhibit B67? Can you tell us what that is?
Just a different angle of those same items in that corner.
And then State's Exhibit B66. What are we looking at there?
This is a photograph from the front door area looking back out toward the steps of the front porch.
And again, we see another bag there. It looks like some kind of animal carrier. Did you have the opportunity, as part of your work, to check those areas as well?
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value in that area, in that bag that you collected?
No, there wasn't.
And State's Exhibit B63. Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit B63?
This is a photograph of the front porch toward the front door of the residence.
Is that how you found the front door when you arrived to do your diagramming or your documentation of this scene?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity, after you documented how the porch was set up, check the porch for anything of evidentiary value? Did you have the opportunity to take a look at that door, examine that door, and document anything that might have interested you with respect to that door?
Yes, we did.
Can you walk the jury through how you did that and what you found?
Yes, we visually inspected the door. We did find what appeared to be a blood stain or a reddish-brown stain on the door, on the face of the door itself. We also swabbed the door handles for potential touch DNA, and then eventually we fingerprinted the door as well.
And tell the jury what touch DNA is.
Touch DNA is anytime we touch anything, we are constantly sloughing off skin cells. And so there's a chance if you touch something, you'll leave some of those skin cells. Those are nucleated cells which have DNA in them. So just by touching something, you could leave your DNA.
And if I have gloves on and I touch the door, gloves on, and I go into a scene, again, could those gloves inhibit or prevent my DNA from sloughing off and getting on anything I touch?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you another stack of pictures. You could look through those. Do those pictures depict the work that you did around that front door on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
And Mr. Junk, can you give us State's Exhibit B68, please? State's Exhibit B68, could you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit B68?
This is a photograph of that front door from the outside.
Mr. Junk, can you go to State's Exhibit B69? Okay, can you tell us what we're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B69?
This is a photograph of the lower half of the exterior of that front door showing the reddish-brown stains.
Okay, and again, do you take a picture like this to provide context so you could overall see where those stains are on the door?
That's correct.
And eventually, do you go up and take closer pictures so you can document how those stains looked actually on the door?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B70, please? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
This is a close-up photo of those reddish-brown stains.
And if you could, with respect to stains like that, droplet-type stains, can you walk us through how you document those stains, how you mark them for the purposes of documenting with the camera?
Yes, similar to the blood on the wooden table up front, we would give this an area. I believe this was area B. We would then put a scale up as well with these blood stains, take a photograph of that, and then collect the blood.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B190, please? Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit B190?
Yes, this is those reddish-brown stains with a scale up, and it's marked as B.
And then State's Exhibit B191. Can you tell us what we're looking at there with
This-
State's Exhibit B191?
Yes, this is a close-up photo of those stains.
Now, eventually, walk us through, you talked about presumptive blood testing.
Yes.
Walk the jury through how you test a stain like that for the presumptive presence of blood and what that means.
We use a chemical called tetramethylbenzidine, which we shortened to TMB. It is a chemical that reacts with the hemoglobin in blood to, it's a color change test. So if we swab part of the material, put the chemicals on the swab turns blue, it's positive, presumptively positive for blood.
And later on, can other tests be done by the DNA lab or by your, I guess it's your forensic biology lab, to determine whether or not that actually is blood or do a confirmatory test?
Yes, they would do another test to confirm that was indeed blood.
And again, is that typically done with respect to the DNA testing in a case?
Yes.
And did you take swabs of that, testing it for presumptive presence of blood?
I did.
And can you tell us what the results were?
It was positive.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It State's Exhibit B325. State's Exhibit B325, do you recognize the markings on that packaging?
Yes, it's my evidence sticker with the number 16, 2 swabs of suspected blood from the front door exterior, area B, collected from 4199 Union Hill Road with my initials on the seal.
And are there also markings on that document that show that it went to the lab?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe we have another stipulation.
All right, please state it for us.
Mr. Parker, this will be stipulation number 34. The swabs identified, the parties agree and stipulate that the swabs identified as State's Exhibit 325, which are BCI item number 16, from the area marked or noted as B on the door at 4199 Union Hill Road, were submitted to the lab for further testing. The testing in the lab was inconclusive as to whether or not the swabs contained blood. There was insufficient DNA on the swabs for the purposes of DNA comparison.
Mr. Parker.
That's correct.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence in the courtroom.
In addition to collecting swabs from that spot, did you continue to examine that door to check it for any damage?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B71, please? And can you tell the jury what we're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit B71?
Yes, this is the door jamb of that front door, showing both the strike plate for the lock and the deadbolt, as well as a chain lock at the top.
And with respect to that area, was that the condition you found that to be in on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me B72, just the next picture? State's Exhibit B72, can you tell us what's depicted in that picture?
This is a close-up photograph of that chain from the lock. Chain lock does not appear to be damaged in any way.
State's Exhibit B73. Can you tell us what that is?
We're looking at those strike plates for the door handle, lock, and the deadbolt. Again, no signs of damage or forced entry.
And then B74. Can you tell us what we're looking at there in State's Exhibit B74?
This is a photograph of the edge of the door showing the lock and the deadbolt and the frame of the door itself with no apparent damage or signs of forced entry.
As part of your work in this case, in addition to examining those areas for the presence or absence of damage, did you also do blind swabs of both the interior and exterior door handle?
Yes.
Walk the jury through how you did those blind swabs.
Again, when we take blind swabs, we use one sterile swab hydrated with distilled water and swab the area where we suspect there could be DNA and place it in the package, seal it in an envelope similar to if we have known material like blood.
My handy what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit B323. State's Exhibit B323. Do you recognize the markings on that packaging?
Yes, it's my evidence sticker with number 14 containing one blind swab from the front door exterior handle collected from 4199 Union Hill Road with my initials on the seal.
Do you recognize that as the swab that you would have taken of that door handle on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
Do you also recognize markings that show that that went to the lab?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I believe we have another stipulation.
All right, state the stipulation for the jury, please.
The parties agree and stipulate that State's Exhibit 323, which is BCI item number 14, swabbing from the front door of 4199 Union Hill Road, was sent to the lab for DNA testing. The DNA recovered from this swab was a mixture of DNA that was not sufficient for inclusion or comparison purposes.
That's correct, Judge.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given as established as fact, or to be established as fact, as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B75, please? Just next picture. Did you also swab the inside of that door handle?
Yes.
On my handy what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit B324. State's Exhibit B324, can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes. Evidence number 15 containing one blind swab from the front door interior handle from 4199 Union Hill Road with my initials on the seal.
Do you recognize that as the swab of the area that is depicted in State's Exhibit B75?
Yes.
And do you also recognize markings that show that it went to the lab as well?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, we have another stipulation.
All right, state that for the jury, please.
the parties would agree and stipulate that the blind swab identified as State's Exhibit 324, BCI item number 15, from the front door of 4199 Union Hill Road was submitted to the lab for DNA testing. The DNA contained in this swab was insufficient for comparison purposes.
Parker?
That's correct.
All right. The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Mr. Junk, could you give me State's Exhibit B76, which is just the next one? Can you tell the jury, Agent Fortner, what's depicted in State's Exhibit B76?
There's a photograph of that chain lock on the door.
And again, with respect to the door side of the chain lock, did you see any damage or any evidence of force in that area?
No, there's no evidence of damage or forced entry.
In addition to swabbing that door and visually inspecting it for damage, did you try to fingerprint that door?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Walk us through how you do a fingerprint.
Basically, you take a fingerprint powder, we dump it into a paper bag to keep it sterile, so we're not adding things back to the powder. Take a brush, lightly brush the area. If you see a print start to develop, you develop that area more. Photograph it and then lift it with tape.
And what is a fingerprint, and how do people leave fingerprints? Do you know that?
So in our skin we have sebaceous glands which secrete oils. Those oils then, once you touch something, are left there. The water in that evaporates, but the oils stay behind, and the powder adheres to those oils.
Okay. If, again, I'm wearing gloves, would that interrupt the transfer of my oils or my fingerprints to a surface that I touch?
Yes, it would.
Okay, and would that make it impossible, if not extremely difficult, to get a fingerprint?
Yes.
And when you did the fingerprint testing or inspected or dusted that area there for fingerprints, were you able to find any usable fingerprints?
We did not locate any, no.
Once you worked that door and did the work on that door, did you begin to conduct an examination of the interior of 4199 Union Hill Road?
Yes.
And if you could just generally give us a general overview of how you did your documentation of the inside of that residence.
Again, we take overall photographs of the entire residence. When we go to a room, we do either corner-to-corner photographs or wall-to-wall. Go all the way around the room, make sure we get everything included. We will then work our way to the next room and document everything before we put any placards down or collect anything.
And again, in an effort to prevent contaminating a scene or bringing your DNA into a scene or causing issues in a scene, number one, are you careful with how you work your way around and document a scene?
Yes.
And number two, do you typically wear protective clothing with respect to Tyvek suits, booties, that kind of stuff?
Not every time, but we do use personal protection. We always wear gloves, often wear booties, and occasionally wear Tyvek.
Okay. And again, a lot of that's scene dependent, is that correct?
Correct.
When you walked into that area, when you began your examination of 4199 Union Hill, describe to the jury what you were seeing. What was the lighting conditions? What was the general layout? Walk them through your observations.
So when we entered the living room, we noticed there were no overhead lights on. The only light we saw was a night light plugged into the wall, and the light over the oven was on. The television was on to children's programming, cartoons, I believe, at the time.
If you could, walk us through, or use your pointer, show the jury where was the TV in that room.
So as you come in the front door, the TV was along this wall. The oven with the light and the night light were in that kitchen.
Okay. Was it fairly difficult to see in that area?
Yes, it was somewhat dark.
Did you find the inside of that area to be fairly cluttered?
Yes.
Okay, and describe that.
There were clothes on the floor. There were other items. There was even trash and food items that were around. It was pretty cluttered. It's heavier in some spots than others, but it was pretty cluttered.
And as part of your work in doing your initial observations, did you actually take pictures and document the condition of that front room?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give us State's Exhibit B77? All right, we're going to do kind of the same thing with this diagram that we did with the outdoor diagram. When I ask you about these pictures, I want you to kind of show us where you were in the residence and which direction that picture is going to be. So, with respect to State's Exhibit B77, walk us through that. Where are you taking this picture from? What area of the residence are you depicting? And tell us generally what you're observing when you take this picture.
This is a photograph from basically standing just inside the front door, looking towards the kitchen and living room area.
And with respect to that couch that's depicted in the picture, again,
Yes, it would be right there inside the front door.
and that was fairly close to that front door, right?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B78, please? Actually, you know what? Can you back me up? Back me back up there. As we look down in that picture there, B77, from that front door area, again, was there a general path that you could walk from the living room to the kitchen to that back door?
Yes.
Okay. And is that depicted in that picture there as well?
Yes.
Can you point to the picture at least, kind of show?
Yes. Walk right through there.
And again, eventually, as part of your work in this case, did you walk through that area?
Yes.
Did you have any problem at all moving or maneuvering through that area?
No.
All right. Now, can you give me State's Exhibit B78? Can you tell us, using the diagram, where is that picture taken from, what you depicting?
From the same area, the front door. Now we're looking more into just the living room and the television there.
And with respect to the programming that's on that TV, that's captured in that picture, does that truly and accurately depict the type of program that was on that TV that day?
Yes.
You didn't change the channel. You don't like change the channel so you can watch something while you're doing your processing, right?
No.
Okay. Can I get State's Exhibit B81, please? Again, tell us where that picture's taken from, and then use the diagram to show us what area of the room that's depicted.
It's from this vantage point looking back toward the TV in the living room.
And are you just working that panning around that room with these pictures?
Yes.
State's Exhibit B79. Where are we at there?
This is up here kind of looking straight in the living room down this wall.
And then State's Exhibit B83, please. Again, where are we looking at? And what
This
direction?
is from this vantage point beside the TV looking towards this wall.
In that, from that picture there, again, even though you're focusing on that what I would call the right wall, when you walk in the door, the right wall of that living room, can you see in that picture that hallway that works its way back to those back bedrooms?
Yes.
And again, same type of question with respect to, I walked you from the front door area through the living room into the kitchen to the back door. You said there was a clear path that you could walk through there. From that picture that you're taking back towards this, what I'll call the right wall, again, into that hallway and into that back bedroom where ultimately the bodies were found, again, was that a fairly clear path that you could move through?
Yes, there were some items on the floor, but it was clear enough to walk through.
And again, you didn't have any problem yourself moving or maneuvering back through there?
Correct.
Can I get State's Exhibit B82? If you could, show us where we're at in that room and what's depicted in that picture. Actually, you know what, let me, hold on one second. Yeah, B82, go ahead.
It's in this area, just looking straight down this kitchen counter area. You can see the TV and some of the cabinets.
Can I get B84? Where are we at in that area?
We're in this corner, looking back toward this corner. You can see the front door and the couch.
B80?
We are now in this corner, looking back towards this direction.
B86?
This is a photograph of the rug in the living room, the center of the living room.
And with respect to the item that's on the, I guess it'd be 12 o'clock position, that red item, is that, what is it? Is that a pillow?
It appears to be a pillow, yes.
Does that truly accurately depict the way that area worked, or looked on that day?
Yes.
And then finally, B85.
This is a photograph from in the living room, looking towards the couch and those chairs there.
At some point, again, you did, for us, you just went through a basic panoramic of this entire living room. At some point, did you move from your documentation of that living room into that kitchen area?
Yes.
Hands you another stack of pictures, and I believe, is it B88 the first one?
Yes.
B88 is the first one on that stack. Mr. Judge, give me B88. Agent Fortner, could you do the same thing? Tell us where that picture is taken from and what it's depicting.
Okay. This is basically from the entryway from the living room here, looking straight down toward the table and refrigerator.
B89, next picture.
This is a photograph taken from this location, showing the kitchen counter there.
Okay. You testified that some of the areas of the house had more clutter than others. Did that kitchen
Yes.
counter area seem to have a little more clutter? The kitchen area have more clutter than?
Yes, there was more clutter on that counter. In this photograph, you also see the oven light and the night light that were the only two sources of light that were on at the time.
And again, as you document them there, did you have to turn them back on, or did you turn them off, turn them on? That's the way you found them when you went in there, is that correct?
Yes, I photographed it in the condition I found it.
Can I get B90, please? Can you tell us what we're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit B90?
Yes, this is a photograph from this location looking into the kitchen.
And State's Exhibit B91? Where are we at there?
We are on the other side of the table, so we're looking back toward the refrigerator, and there's a freezer there.
B92?
This is in front of that area, so it would be down here. Again, this is not to scale. But there's a bag from Rural King with items in it.
Okay. Let's talk about that. With respect to some of these bags and some of this cluttered area, was there anything of evidentiary value? Well, let's talk about the living room, first of all. You went through the entire living room. Was there anything of evidentiary value in the living room that you collected?
No.
And with respect to the bags and the cluttered area that you talked about with respect to the counters, was there anything of evidentiary value in those areas that you collected?
No.
Can you give me B93? Can you tell us what we're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B93?
This is in the kitchen, looking toward the rear door.
And is that the same door that you testified that you examined from the backside?
Yes,
And does that door, again, yesterday you testified, does that door swing outwards away from the items depicted in that picture?
yes, it opens to the outside.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B99? Can you tell us what's depicted there in State's Exhibit B99?
A photograph of that back door, the interior.
And with respect to the deadbolt lock on that door, is that picture depicted the way that that deadbolt lock appeared on the day that you examined it?
Yes,
And do you know, was there later work done or documentation done later on to look at that deadbolt and determine in what position it's locked or unlocked?
yes, I believe it was verified that the deadbolt in that position would be unlocked.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B100? Okay. Again, can you tell us what that is?
This is a close-up photograph of the door lock and deadbolt. There's no apparent visual sign of the deadbolt being locked.
And again, it's your understanding that later on, more documentation of the lock in that position was done, is that correct?
Correct. And the lock on the door handle appears to be in a vertical orientation.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B94, please? Can you tell us again what area we're looking at there with respect to that picture?
Again, we're in the kitchen. The stove is in this location.
With respect to that light, our oven light being on, is that depicted in that picture as well?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B96, please? Tell us where we're looking in that picture and what's depicted.
This is from the kitchen looking back out over that counter into the living room.
And then State's Exhibit B97. What are we looking at there?
This is a photograph of this table in the kitchen.
State's Exhibit B98. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yeah, this is a photograph of a bag of trash that was opened and searched there.
Now, eventually, after you had documented everything, preserved the way it looked as you initially entered that area, did you do more work in that kitchen area with respect to the floor?
Yes.
Walk us through what you did with respect to that kitchen floor.
We checked the floor for potential shoe prints, footwear prints. The way we do that is we use just fingerprint powder. The soles of your shoes, generally as you walk outside, pick up oils from asphalt or from other things that can then be deposited on the floor like this, and it would adhere to the fingerprint powder.
And before you put the fingerprint powder down, do you first visually look at that area to see if you can, with your eyes without the fingerprint powder, observe any shoe prints?
Yes, we use oblique lighting.
As you did that, or did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And as you did that in that area, did you observe any footprints that appeared to be made in blood or any blood patterns or anything like that in that area?
No.
At some point, well, let me back up. If you had seen a footprint in blood, how would you have gone about collecting that?
After swabbing a representative sample of the blood, we would have then enhanced that print with a chemical. There are a couple we use. Leucocrystal violet is one, or LCV. It stains the hemoglobin purple. Amino black's another one. It stains it black, works the same way. And then we would document that through photography.
Okay. And with respect to leucocrystal violet, again, is that
LCV.
A, LCV, let's use LCV. How about that? Is that does that preserve and enhance a footprint that's made in blood? Is that how that works?
It further enhances some of the blood that maybe isn't visually noticeable.
And does it alter or change that footprint at all?
No.
Now, with respect to footprints that are made just not in blood. So you talked about the fact that you look on a surface using light to see whether or not you can tell whether there was footprints, and you did this. With
Yes.
your visual, just your eye, were you able to see any footprints in that picture?
Visually, I don't believe we saw anything.
And because you didn't see anything with your eye just using light, at that point did you use fingerprint powder?
Yes.
And walk us through how you do that. How do you lay that down?
The same way you would fingerprint a vertical surface, just fingerprint powder on a brush. Typically on a floor, I like to use magnetic powder. It's just easier to clean up sometimes. But you just dust the floor, and as you start to see a print develop, you concentrate on that area and develop that print.
And did you do that in this kitchen area?
Yes, we did.
And as you did that in this kitchen area, did you see a print develop?
There were prints that were developed, yes.
And let me ask you this, as you're doing that with respect to this area, at this point, do you have any idea whether or not those prints, because they're not in blood, do you have any idea whether or not those prints are in any way, shape, or form linked to the murders?
No.
Are you just collecting those prints, again, out of an abundance of caution and collecting the evidence that's on scene?
Yes.
Clearly, if you had found a print in blood, would that have led you to believe that that print in blood was probably more linked to your murders?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to put up what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B197. State's Exhibit B197, again, I handed you a stack of pictures. The State's Exhibit B197 that's in that stack of pictures, is that up on the screen now?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to B197 and what all that is?
This is the linoleum kitchen floor that we use fingerprint powder to develop some footwear impressions.
And if you could point to the diagram, show us the orientation of that picture.
So this is in the kitchen. At the top of the picture, you can see the drawer at the bottom of the stove.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B198? Walk us through what we're seeing in State's Exhibit B198.
This is in the corner of the kitchen. You can see footwear impressions that are developed using fingerprint powder.
State's Exhibit B199. Walk us through that.
This is a close-up photo of that impression.
And State's Exhibit B200.
This
What is
just,
that?
Just a closer photo to try and provide more detail.
Now, I believe I also handed you what was marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibits B201 through B210. I'm not going to put those up on the screen, but can you just tell the jury what those are?
Yes, these are further photographs of this and other impressions that were developed, photographed with a scale to show their size, and they were eventually collected.
Okay. With respect to documenting those imprints as they showed up with that fingerprint powder, is it important, or do you go through a lot of documentation, take a lot of pictures so that eventually the lab or somebody at the lab can look at it and possibly use it for comparison purposes?
Yes.
Okay. And walk us through how you take these different pictures.
These photographs, especially if they're going to be used for comparison purposes, we tend to put it on a tripod. It needs to be perpendicular to the impression you're trying to take, so we're directly over top of it. And we use lighting from different angles to try and show, different detail in the print.
Eventually, do you know were the pictures that you took in this case sent to a lab or used to either rule in or rule out shoes?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And again, with respect to the shoe prints that you looked at and photographed in this picture, again, ultimately, do you know whether or not it was determined whether or not these shoe prints were involved in the murder?
There was no indication that a shoe of that type was involved, no.
As part of your collection of this type of evidence, did you also take a lift of that shoe print that is documented in that picture?
Yes, so in addition to photographing the print and using the photograph for a comparison if need be later, we also lift or attempt to lift them with what's called a gel lift. It's simply a gel-like material on a paper backing that we put down on the impression. We usually leave it sit for a few minutes to absorb some of that powder, and then we peel it up, and the impression is then in the gel, and we preserve that.
And eventually, does that go to the lab so that scientists or experts can, again, either rule in or rule out shoe prints?
It can, yes.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit B322. Can you look at State's Exhibit B322 for us?
Yes. It has an evidence sticker number 13 containing gel lifts of developed footwear impressions from the floor from 4199 Union Hill Road with my initials on the seal.
Can you do me a favor? Can you open that up for us?
Sure.
Can you pull the item that's inside out? Can you tell us what that item is?
There are 3 gel lifts marked with my name and the scene information, labeled as FWI or footwear impression, numbers 1, 2, and 3. There's a rough diagram showing roughly where it was located in the room. And then this is the impression that was lifted.
Okay. And again, each of those impressions, do you recognize those as impressions that you lifted from that living room area as part of your work, in this case on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
You're going to ask permission to publish this.
No objection.
All right, you may publish.
For the record, the one I just published for the jury was FWI number 3. I'm now running back through with the jury with FWI number 2. And finally, I'm going to show FWI number 1. Agent Fortner, I'm going to again hand you the packaging marked for identification purposes, State Exhibit B322. Do you recognize, in addition to your markings, do you recognize markings that show that that actually did end up going to the lab?
Yes, it did.
We walked through the living room, we walked through the kitchen. At some point, did you continue back to the far, and on this diagram, I'll just call it the left side, the far left side of this residence and check the rooms back there?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can I get State Exhibit B101? State Exhibit B101, which I have not handed you yet. I handed you another stack of pictures. State Exhibit B101. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit B101? And again, use the diagram. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to walk the jury through that house with you.
Yes, this is a view from this area in the kitchen looking back towards the hallway of the bedroom area and the, I guess, laundry area.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Where is that at?
It is back in this location.
Okay. That hallway back there, ultimately, does that lead to a bedroom?
Yes.
If I, Andy Wilson, was up in this room right here doing something, would I be vulnerable to somebody who might be in that room, coming out and getting me or impeding my ability to do whatever I was in there? Could somebody be in this room and come out of this room and get to me fairly easily without me knowing?
I suppose they could, yes.
The door, that door area, if somebody was posted up at that door, would somebody in that area be able to alert me or stop somebody from coming out of that bedroom?
Yes, they would have a much better chance of knowing that someone was in their bedroom or coming out of it.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B102? Can you tell us what we're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B102 and where that is in that trailer?
It's in that same location, just looking up a little farther into that bedroom.
B103?
This is the shelf above the washer and dryer.
Is that in that same general area?
Yes.
And then B104?
Is the top of the washer and dryer.
And again, as part of your documentation, is it standard for you from time to time, if there's clothes in a washer or dryer, to kind of document that the area or condition of those clothes?
Yes.
State's Exhibit B127. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Inside the dryer, documenting the clothes that are in there.
And again, at this point, as you're documenting the scene, do you have any idea if the clothes in the dryer are any way, shape, or form related to this case?
No.
Is it just something that you do out of abundance of caution?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B105, please? Can you tell the jury where that picture is taken?
Yes. In this location, looking right at the threshold to the bedroom, and you see the threshold of the bathroom as well.
What are you trying to depict there?
Just showing the items on the floor.
B106? Okay, so where are we at there and where?
Again, we're in this location now, looking back out toward the kitchen.
Okay, so let's actually use that picture. That's a good one. Are we at the threshold of this bedroom door back here in this area?
Yes.
Looking back out this way, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, again, from that B106 that's up there, can you see all the way back to that bedroom where the bodies were found?
No.
And with respect to that door that I was talking about, that back door, again, if somebody was going to post up there, where's that door in relationship to that picture?
Just right here on the left.
And again, if somebody was there, would that block my access from getting to that room undetected?
Could, yes.
And I say that room, I'm talking the bedroom where the bodies are found.
It could, yes.
Okay. Can I get B107, please? What are we looking at there?
This is a photograph of the floor in front of the washer and dryer, some of the items there.
In addition to that little hallway area there by that rear bedroom or that far bedroom, did you also document that bathroom area that's on the diagram and that bedroom?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you two stacks of pictures. First one, right there, I believe is what, B108 on the top?
Correct.
Stage exhibit B108. Tell the jury what they're looking at there, what area of that diagram is that picture taken?
This is looking into that bathroom from the kitchen hallway area.
And I hand you that stack B108 to B112. Mr. Junk, I'm not going to show those pictures, but B108 to B112, can you tell the jury what's depicted in all of those pictures?
Yes, just documenting all angles of that bathroom, looking in the sink where there was no apparent blood, looking in the bathtub, there was no apparent blood. There was a reddish substance on the wall that we tested. It was negative for the presence of blood.
With respect to the other items that were visible or anything in that room, did you find anything of evidentiary value at all in that bathroom?
No.
Didn't collect any evidence, correct?
Correct.
And then the other stack of pictures there, at some point, did you document and examine that bedroom that's over on the left side of that diagram
Yes.
for evidence? Can I get State Exhibit B113? Okay, if you could, tell us what we're looking at there and where in the diagram that picture's taken from.
So this will be just at the threshold looking into the bedroom there.
Can you give me State Exhibit B114? What are we looking at there?
Just panning to the left toward the other corner of the bedroom.
State Exhibit B115. Where are we looking at there?
Just pan to the left again, down that wall.
And those three pictures there, B113, B114, and B115, does that give you the general panoramic view of how that room looked on that day?
Yes.
Again, was this an area that was fairly cluttered?
Yes, it was.
Did you have the opportunity, as part of your work in that room, to look around that room, to look in bags, to look in different areas to see if there was anything of evidentiary value in that room?
We did.
And with respect to that room, did you find anything of evidentiary value?
We did not find anything that we felt was evidentiary. I know subsequently, we did look at some cell phones. They were very old, not powered on. We didn't feel they were probative. However, they were subsequently collected and examined, and they should have nothing on them.
Okay. And again, those, where in the room were those cell phones?
They were in some totes and some of the clutter up in that area.
Did they appear, when you looked at them and collected them, did they appear to be old or not currently in use?
Yes, they were very old models. Again, not powered. Some of them didn't have batteries.
I also, in that stack there, I believe I've handed you probably State Exhibits B1, well, I handed you 113 through 126. We talked about B113, B114, and B115. B116 through B126, I'm not going to show those, Mr. Young. B116 through B126, again, are those other pictures of the work that you did in that room?
Yes.
And do they truly and accurately depict the way that room looked on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
After documenting that area, or in addition to documenting that area, did you also work your way over to this side of that residence and document the appearance of that area of that residence and then collect any evidence associated with those areas?
Yes.
My handy what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits B128 and B129. Can you take a look at B128 and B129? Mr. Junk, can you give me States Exhibit B128? Agent Fortner, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to take the jury with you as you work your way through that area of that residence. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at and what's depicted in States Exhibit B128?
Yes, these photos are from the front door area and then maybe a step or two in, looking down this hallway towards the bedroom.
And then State's Exhibit B129.
Again, it's just that step closer looking down that hallway.
In State's Exhibit B129, the room all the way at the end, if you walk through the threshold of that door, what do you find?
It would be this main bedroom. There was subsequently another bedroom here and a bathroom. These are not to scale. This was actually bigger than the bathroom.
Okay, so that's a good point. You kind of tailed off there at the end.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You talked about that bedroom and that bathroom on the diagram not being to scale.
Correct.
And
The
as
bedroom would have been larger than the bathroom.
Okay, and is that one of the areas where you can tell, again, these are for demonstrative purposes, not necessarily measuring purposes? Is that
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
As you did your work in that area, did you document that bedroom and check it for any evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you another stack of pictures. It's going to start with State Exhibit B130. Mr. John, can you give me State Exhibit B130, please? Could you tell the jury what are they looking at with respect to State Exhibit B130?
This is this middle bedroom, looking in the bedroom from the doorway.
Okay. And what is depicted, or what are you observing in that room?
This was the room with the open window, and also you see there's a tub with baby chicks in it.
And with respect to the way that tub looked, the condition of that light, again, is that truly and accurately depict the way you found it that day?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me State Exhibit B133? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B133?
This is a photograph in that tub with the chicks.
And again, with respect to that light being on, was that the condition you found it in?
Yes.
When you did your work? You didn't turn it on to take that picture, is that correct?
No, I did not.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B131, please? Show the jury where that picture is taken from and what you're depicting in that picture.
This is again from the doorway here, looking into the bedroom. You can see the clutter and the open window.
State's Exhibit B134, please. What are we looking at there?
Some of the clutter in that room also looks like the lid to that tub with some chicken wire on top of it.
And then State's Exhibit B135. You tell us what we're looking at there.
This is a photograph of that windowsill, the open window. There is a knife that is kind of stuck into the jamb there. There's also a can and a tub with feed just inside the window.
With respect to the condition of that window, how high it was raised, is that the way you found it on that day?
Yes.
And as you look in that picture, and again, that is, what is that? That's picture B135, correct?
Correct.
As you look at State's Exhibit B135, you testified about that air conditioner that appeared to have some grass on it out back. Can you see that air conditioner in that picture?
Yes, just outside the window.
And with respect to the I don't know if it's a crib, pack and play. With respect to the pack and play and the trash can and the food that was around that window, even though it was tight, was there still a space between those items in the window?
There was a small space, yes.
Okay. And when you initially viewed that picture, did you think it was unlikely that anybody had come through that window?
Yes, I felt it was less likely that someone came in without disturbing some of these items. However, it was not impossible.
Okay. So clearly, somebody could have come through that window, but based on the way that those items appeared, nothing was knocked over or disturbed or upside down. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B-137, please? Can you tell us what we're looking at from that picture and where that picture is taken from?
It was in that room, looking back toward this area, just some of the items on the floor there.
State's Exhibit B-138. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit B-138?
Photographs in that closet in that bedroom.
And with respect to, and Mr. Junk, you don't have to show these, but B-138, B-139, and B-140, what are depicted in those pictures?
Those are all three photographs in that closet showing very little other than a couple decorative things in there.
Okay. And again, do those pictures truly and accurately depict the way that closet looked on that day?
Yes.
Can I go to State's Exhibit B-141? With respect to that room, in the area of that room, can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
Just a photograph of more of the clutter and items on the floor.
And do you remember where in the room that would have been?
I don't recall. It's hard to orient from that photograph.
At some point, after documenting, well, let me back you up. You documented all of these items in that room. Was there anything of evidentiary value that you collected in any of these bags or closets or anything like that for purposes of this investigation?
No.
And at some point, did you come out of that room and document, again, working further down the hallway towards that back bedroom?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you another stack of pictures. Mr. Junk, I'm going to start with State's Exhibit B-195. Ultimately, as you worked your way through that area of that residence, did you find different pieces of evidence that you collected?
Yes.
And did you mark that evidence as you found it with evidence placards?
Yes, I did.
Now, would you have documented all of this stuff before you marked the pictures with placards and numbers?
Yes.
And the picture there are placards and letters, are number placards and letter placards visible?
Yes.
Does that indicate to you that these would have been pictures taken later in the sequence?
Correct.
And could you tell the jury what are they looking at, where that picture is taken from, and what we're looking towards?
Yes, so this is basically from around that bedroom door looking back towards this bedroom door. There's a number 7, which is a piece of paper with an apparent blood stain on it. And then area C, which is just at this threshold just inside this doorway, which is another stain of potential blood.
Eventually, did you check and document that bathroom as well?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain or describe your observations of that bathroom, how that bathroom looked?
Again, cluttered. There was nothing found of any evidentiary value in there.
Did you photograph it? Would you have photographed different areas of that as well?
Yes.
And did you collect anything, swab anything, take anything from that bathroom area?
No.
Okay. Eventually, again, did you make your way out of that bathroom? And in that picture that's on the screen, can you point to where the bathroom was located?
Yes, this would be the bathroom door.
So just outside that bathroom door, in that little hallway there, eventually did you find the evidence that you documented?
Yes.
Okay. You've marked an item as number 7 there. Can you tell us what was item number 7?
Item number 7 is a piece of paper on the floor in the hallway with an apparent blood stain on it.
And Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B 196, please? Okay. What's depicted in State's Exhibit 196?
This is a photograph of that piece of paper with the stain marked as item number 7.
And did you collect that piece of paper in accordance with your training, your standard operating procedure there at BCI?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you a book. It's been marked for identification purposes. State Exhibit B 316. State Exhibit B 316. Can you take a look at that for me?
Marked as evidence number 7, containing paper with suspected blood from the floor from 4199 Union Hill Road, and my initials are on the seal.
Can you do me a favor? Can you open that up for us? Can you pull the item out of that package? Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this appears to be the paper with the blood stain on it.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness to publish this document since he's got glove on.
Any objection?
No objection.
Can you just, you don't have to get up. Can you just hold it up and show? And can you point out where the blood stain is?
Blood stains up in this corner.
Is that the item that you collected that's depicted in the picture, State's Exhibit B196?
Yes, it is.
Can you put that back in the envelope? Did you, and you may have testified to this, but did you test that for a presumptive presence of blood?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results of that test?
They were positive?
And in addition to your markings, do you recognize markings that it went to the lab?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, the parties would have another stipulation.
All right.
The parties would agree and stipulate that the drop of blood on State's Exhibit 316, which is BCI item number 7, from the hallway of 4199 Union Hill Road, tested presumptively positive for the presence of blood. That item was sent to the lab for DNA testing, and the DNA in the blood was a mixture of Frankie Rhoden and Hannah Gilly.
That's correct, Judge.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B145? I asked you if you had documented that bathroom area. I'll throw up just one picture there. Again, State's Exhibit B145 that you have on the screen there. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
This is a photograph in that bathroom.
And does that truly and accurately depict the area as it appeared on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
And again, anything of evidentiary value in that bathroom?
No, there wasn't.
Actually, probably it. Your Honor, I'm about to move into that back bedroom with the bodies. This might be, if we're going to take a morning break, this might be a decent spot to take the morning break so that I can get into that area.
All right. I assume that's acceptable with the defense. We will recess until 11 o'clock. The jury during recess is not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, not to permit this case to be discussed with you in your presence, not to form or express an opinion concerning this case, to do no research at all concerning this case from any source, and to not read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of this case, and to have no contact with any of the participants, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. At At 11 o'clock, you're to assemble at the jury room to be brought up by court personnel from there. Anything further from counsel for either side before we adjourn until 11? All right, then we are adjourned until 11 o'clock. Counsel ready for the jury to be brought up? All right. The state may continue its direct examination of
Thank you, Your Honor.
Agent.
For the record, I still have State's Exhibit B334 up for the witness and for the jury. I'd also ask the press at this time not to publish any more of the pictures that we're going to present with respect to this part of the testimony. Agent Fortner, again, we've walked the jury basically through that entire residence. At some point, did you move into that back bedroom where the bodies were to document and process that area of 4199 Union Hill Road?
Yes.
Can I get the screens on, please? And if you could, while they're getting the screens working for us, explain to the jury, as you observed that area of the house, What were the conditions? What did it look like? What were the lighting conditions? Walk us through that.
Of the bedroom?
Yes, please.
It was extremely cluttered, very tight space, but basically a path to walk into the bed and then back out.
And with respect to the lighting, as you were working in that room, what were the lighting conditions?
It was dark.
At the threshold of, well, did you have to set up lights or use flashlight or artificial light or anything like that?
We did use some artificial light at times. We were able to get some daylight in there as well.
Again, would you have done that and altered that after you already documented as is?
It would have been photographed before anything was done, yes.
At the threshold of the door from the hallway into that back bedroom, did you find what you believe to be suspected blood?
Yes.
I'm handing you another group of exhibits. Mr. Junk, I'm going to start with State Exhibit B193. State Exhibit B193 that I've handed you, again, is that the same image that's up on the screen for the jury?
Yes, it is.
And can you show the jury on the diagram where that is and tell them what's depicted in State's Exhibit B193?
It is right here just inside the bedroom door, and it is a single drip stain of blood.
Would you have taken that picture to show context of where it is and then zoom in so that the jury could get a better look, or that eventually a jury could get a better look of the item itself?
That's correct.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B194, please? State's Exhibit B194, can you tell us what's depicted in that picture?
Yes, this is a close-up view of that single drip stain on the floor.
Did you do any examination of that area for the purposes of collecting it as evidence?
Yes, I believe I did a presumptive test for blood, but I did collect 2 swabs of this blood from area C.
With respect to the presumptive testing of that spot for blood, do you know what the results were?
They were positive.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B326. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit B326? Do you recognize the markings on that document?
Yes, it is evidence number 17. 2 swabs of suspected blood from the floor in area C from 4199 Union Hill Road, and my initials are on the seal.
With respect to looking into that room and observing that room, when you peeked your head in, when you looked in that room, could you see the bodies in the bed?
Yes.
And could you see the condition of those bodies and the condition of the bed?
Yes,
And was that a pretty bloody scene?
it was.
With respect to what you've been told about a child being removed from that bed, was that blood droplet consistent, again, with the story that you had been told about a child being carried out of that scene?
Yes, it would be consistent with blood falling from the child as they carried it out.
State's Exhibit B326 that you have there, do you recognize that as the swab that you took of that area in the picture that's depicted for the jury?
Yes.
I believe we have another stipulation.
All right, please state it.
This will be stipulation number 38. The parties agree and stipulate that the swabs marked as State's Exhibit 326, which are BCI item number 17 from 4199 Union Hill Road, were not sent to the lab for DNA testing.
That's correct.
All right. The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established here in the courtroom through evidence.
In addition to collecting that swabs or those swabs from that area, did you document the condition of that room as you saw it
Yes.
or as you observed it that day? Did you use the same basic system that you talked about where you panned around and showed the room as it was?
Yes, somewhat modified due to the size of the room and the clutter in some of the corners. I wasn't able to get to, but yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B 150, please? We're going to do the same thing with these pictures that we've done with the other pictures. If you could, tell the jury what they're seeing in the picture, where in the diagram you were standing when you took that picture, and where in the diagram that picture depicts.
So this would be from the doorway, just looking straight into the bedroom.
State's Exhibit B 151.
This is then, again, from the doorway, just panned around to show the bed and crib there.
And again, through this process of documenting, are you able to get the general nature of that room and some of the clutter that was in that room?
Yes.
State's Exhibit B 152, please. Walk us through what the jury's seeing there and what you're documenting.
Again, we're here just panned around this way, showing this corner and some of the objects over here.
State's Exhibit B 153.
Looking from here over to this wall, there's actually a incubator for chicks, for eggs, that is kept in there.
State's Exhibit B 157. Can you tell us what is depicted in that picture and what you're trying to capture and where in the room that is?
This is showing, from here, showing this crib. There were 2 phones recovered in the crib from this end toward the bed.
B 158.
This shows this part of the floor just right in front of the bed.
And we're going to hold right there for a second. You testified that generally that room was cluttered. I guess I'll go down here so we can work off different monitors. Generally, that area of the room, or that room, was pretty cluttered where you wouldn't have been able to move or walk. Is that correct?
Correct.
So was there a path that was open that would have allowed you to get to that bed or around that crib?
Yes, there was a path to the bed and this clear spot in front of the bed.
And I was going to say, is that clear spot that's depicted in that picture, is that part of that path?
Yes.
Or the end of that path?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked or asked for Mr. Junk to put up State's Exhibit B 159. Can you tell the jury where you would have taken that picture and what's depicted in that picture?
Yes, I would have been farther into the bedroom then, kind of in the center here, taking a picture of the bed and the 2 bodies.
State's Exhibit B 160. As part of your work in this case, were you required to document the location, condition, positioning of those bodies as you found them?
Yes.
State's Exhibit B 160, again, I'm going to hand you another stack of pictures. If you could, describe to the jury, as you were documenting the condition, location, and positioning of those bodies, what were you seeing and what is depicted in State's Exhibit B 160?
This is a photograph of Frankie and Hannah laying in bed. They appear to have gunshot wounds to the head. No other obvious wounds on their torso or any defensive type wounds. Also, a great deal of blood between them where the family indicates the infant was laying, which would account for the blood-soaked diaper.
Okay. Let me have your... In addition to the blood that you indicated in between them, as you observed them in that bed as they appeared, did you also notice like smudging and smearing of blood on their body?
Yes, these are swipes and wipes on Hannah's body that indicate movement. And it would be consistent with an infant laying between them moving and causing the movement in that blood.
Including, but not limited to, maybe pawing at or
Objection,
touching?
Judge.
Well, I'll sustain the objection.
Let me rephrase the question. Does that picture there, based on your knowledge, your training, your experience, indicate that that infant may have been moving or rubbing up against Hannah Gilly's body?
Yes, it does show movement in the blood.
Okay. As part of your documenting of that scene in the bodies of those scenes, do you take pictures or photograph from top to bottom to record the position of each body as it was in that bed?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B161, please? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B161?
This is a photograph of the top half of Hannah Gilly, showing the blood on her torso. She has a nursing bra on that is unclipped, at least on this side, and blood on her torso.
The smudge or the blood movement patterns that you recognize on her body, again, are those visible in that picture as well?
Yes, they are.
And do those appear to be on her side and up into her breast area as well?
Yes.
Judge, we'll stipulate all these photos. They're completely unnecessary.
I'm going to show you, again, Your Honor, it's part of his documentation. It's part of what happened in this case. It's probative to the story of this case, and it's part of his documenting the scene.
I'll permit you to continue the question.
Thank you. All right. Can I get State's Exhibit 162, B162, which is the next picture? Again, as you document that body from top to bottom, can you tell us what is depicted in State's Exhibit B162, please?
Yes, this is then showing Hannah Gilly's lower half. Of note, you'll see the presence of lividity, which is the settling of blood in the body. Upon death, blood settles to the lowest point due to gravity, indicating here that that is the position she was in. She had not been moved or turned.
State's Exhibit B163. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B163?
This is then toward the foot of the bed, showing both of their feet.
Did you also document the condition of that room at the edge of that bed? I guess that would be foot of the bed. That's probably the best term to use. You also can take pictures of that area as well.
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B170, please? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B170?
This is a photograph of the items at the foot of the bed.
And again, with those items on the floor, that clutter on the floor, would have been difficult or impractical for somebody to stand down there at the foot of that bed.
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B171? And again, can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to that picture and that area of the room?
Yes. It would be this area right at the edge of the foot of the bed, between there and where the incubator was.
We just walked through the documentation of Hannah Gilly's body, again, for evidentiary purposes and documenting that body as it was when you did your work in that room. Did you do the same thing with respect to Frankie Rhoden?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you another stack of pictures. Can you look at those pictures for me?
Judge, we'll stipulate to these pictures.
Again, Your Honor, it's part of the presentation with respect to the probative value of the work that he did in that room with respect to the condition, positioning, location of these victims when they were found.
All right. If it's probative to issues in the case, then go ahead.
Thank you. As part of your work in this case, and specifically in that room, do you document the location of the wounds on a victim as you can observe them in the room or from different vantage points in the room?
Yes, as they can be observed without manipulation.
And again, with respect to your documentation of Frankie Rhoden, did you just document his wounds as they appeared, as you found them in that room that day?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B-165, please?
Note our continuing objection, Judge.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B-165?
Yes, this is the body of Frankie, the midsection, no obvious wounds.
Again, as you found him that day, was he laying on his back as pictured
Yes.
in that exhibit?
Also observed some lividity along his back, indicating that that was the position he was in. He had not been rolled or moved.
Can I get State's Exhibit B-166, please? Can you tell us what we're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B-166?
This is a photograph of Frankie's head, showing an apparent bullet wound. The blackening of the eyes, or what we call raccoon eyes, due to trauma behind the eye sockets.
With respect to the position of his hands in that picture, were those the way you found his arms and hands positioned when you were doing your work in
Yes.
that room? At that point, had his body been moved or manipulated at all?
No.
Can I get State's Exhibit B-167, please? Can you walk us through what you're depicting in State's Exhibit B-167?
This is a close-up photo of Frankie's head area, showing the apparent wounds.
And then did you notice blood pooling underneath his head and underneath his shoulder area?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B-168, please? Can you tell the jury what's depicted there in State's Exhibit B-168?
Yes, this is his left arm and shoulder, which is oriented toward the middle of the bed, the large blood pool in the middle of the bed. There also is some wipes there indicating some movement through that blood.
At some point, did the coroner, and you can take that down, Mr. John, please. At some point, did the coroner show up at that scene?
Yes.
And walk us through, when a coroner shows up to a scene that you're processing, how do you work with the coroner so that the coroner can do what they need to do with respect to documenting a scene?
We will assist the coroner in examining the bodies. If he wants a body rolled to see the back or see the other side of the body, we will assist with that. We will also assist with some photographs of that, and then even help to place them in bags and carry them out sometimes.
And when you were there, did you assist the coroner with his documentation of the area location of the wounds to Frankie Rhoden?
Yes, we did.
Can I get State's Exhibit B-268?
268, Mr.
268, please. Okay, walk us through what's being depicted in this picture and what you were doing there.
So there's an investigator in Tyvek who is manipulating the body per the coroner's request to check for rigor as well as to roll it.
Okay. And again, this is part of the work with the coroner, is that correct?
Correct.
The other pictures we saw were prior to that body being manipulated at all, or moved at all, I guess.
Yes, that's correct. The body is the responsibility of the coroner. We do not touch the body prior to his arrival.
Okay.
Or hers.
And then once the coroner gets there, sometimes is it necessary for him to move the body, he or she, I guess, to move the body to better view the nature and condition of wounds?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that what's going on right here?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit 260? walk us through what you're doing in this picture with respect to your work with the coroner.
Again, this is just, once the coroner's there and we're able to move or get closer to the body, taking some more close-up photos of wounds.
At some point, did the coroner have you roll or move Frankie's body to visualize wounds on the back side of his body or the back of his head?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B-263, please?
Under continuing objection, Judge.
All right, no rule.
And if you could, walk the jury through what they're seeing in this picture with respect to the work that you're doing, the coroners, and the nature and condition of that body of that scene.
Yes, this is, the coroner directed us to roll the body in order to check for any wounds on the back. Shows his back. Also, you can see that lividity. The reason it's white here is called blanching, where there's any pressure on the skin. As that blood settles, it will blanch out white. And that's why you see purple around all the edges, but it might be some white in the middle where he's actually laying and causing pressure.
Did you assist the coroner in doing the same type of examination with Hannah Gilly?
Yes.
And again, is this for the purpose of documenting the nature, condition, position of that body, and location, nature, and condition of wounds to that body in that room?
That's correct.
Judge, we'll stipulate to all of this. It's completely unnecessary and it's inflammatory.
I'm not sure what the stipulation would be.
You can see how this process is going. For instance, I published a picture, and he talked about lividity. He's actually pointing out things that he observed in that room that are probative with respect to the position, condition, and location of those bodies. So I'm just kind of methodically walking him through what he saw with those bodies when they were there.
None of these are disputed facts, Judge. None of these are disputed facts. We are not disputing any of these facts.
Well, again, though, the court's not sure what the facts are. That's what's coming from the witness, is his testimony concerning the facts. So I'm going to overrule the objection, permit you to question the witness.
Absolutely. Your Honor, the other thing for the record is certainly the location and condition of these bodies is probative to corroborate the testimony of other witnesses with respect to what they found or what they did.
All right, any question?
All right. The top picture that I handed you, what's the exhibit number on that? B-169?
169, yes.
You testified how you helped the coroner with Frankie Rhoden. Did you do the same thing for Hannah Gilly?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B-169? Can you tell the jury what you are trying to depict or what you're trying to capture with respect to this picture?
Yes, showing wounds to the head, some of the blood on the torso there.
And at some point, did the coroner instruct you to move, or your assistant, somebody else in there with you, to start to move that body so the coroner could better observe the injuries to that body?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B-270? Okay, what is of note with respect to State's Exhibit B-270?
This is a photograph of Hannah Gilly rolled. Again, no wounds on the torso that were observed, and the positioning of her arms appears that she is in rigor, which is a stiffening of the muscles after death, usually begins to occur between 8 and 12 hours after death.
With respect to the position of her arms in rigor there, basically, did those stay the same when she was laying face down, or those the position her arms would have been in when she was face down?
Yes.
And as you rolled her up, did those arms just stay in the same position?
Correct.
Can I get State's Exhibit B-271, please?
This is a close-up photo of Hannah Gilly's face showing some of the blood artifacts and wounds.
Again, another picture that you took with respect to your work with the coroner, correct?
Correct.
B272.
This is then a photograph of her torso, showing the unclipped parts of the nursing bra as well as the blood.
And finally,
torso.
B273.
This would be her legs. Again, we see the purple lividity and some of the white blanched areas where there was pressure, the way she was laying.
Again, is this another picture that was taken after her body was moved or rolled over at the direction of the coroner?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. John. As you were moving her body at the direction of the coroner, or maybe even before, did you begin to take notice of potential pieces of evidence in that bed?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit B274. Mr. John, can I get State's Exhibit B274? All right. Just generally talk about what we're looking at with respect to this picture. Actually, let me back you up. In addition to rolling or moving the bodies, eventually were those bodies removed from the scene by the coroner's office?
Yes.
Okay. And walk us through how that happens. What happens there? Rob, can you minimize that just for a second until I get to it? I'm sorry. Walk us through that. What happened there?
The bodies are placed in a body bag. They're then sealed. The coroner will often put a tag on the body with demographic information that the pathologist would need. Then the bodies are sealed in that bag, and that bag is transported.
Did you remove the bodies from this scene with the coroner?
We may have assisted, yes. I don't recall specifically.
And any idea what time those bodies were removed from the scene?
I do not. It was evening. It was dark, I believe.
Okay. After the bodies were removed from the scene, did you have better access to the evidence that you had observed when the bodies were being rolled and moved into bed?
Yes.
Now can I get State's Exhibit B274? Okay, generally talk about what we're looking there with respect to State's Exhibit B274.
This is the area of the bedding where Frankie had been laying, and between Frankie and Hannah. And after we removed him, we did find a rimfire cartridge casing there on the bed.
And with respect to that cartridge casing, did you photograph it the same way that you would of your other pieces of evidence, starting out wide and zooming in?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B275? Can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit B275?
This is a close-up of that cartridge casing on the bed.
Eventually, did you mark that with a unique BCI item number and collect it as evidence?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B276? And can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit B276?
This is a photograph of the head stamp of that cartridge casing. Shows us a couple things. The rimfire has a strike on the side. Lettering on the casing, REM, denotes that it was manufactured by the Remington Company.
Can I get State's Exhibit B281, please? Can you tell the jury what's in State's Exhibit B281?
This is that casing then placed with a placard to show scale and collected as item number 10.
Did you collect, maintain, and store that item in accordance with your training and your standard operating procedures?
Yes.
Those, the training and standard operating procedures that you already testified to, correct?
Yes.
My handy what's been marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit 319. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 319? Tell me whether or not you recognize any of the markings on the packaging.
Yes, it's our evidence label number 10. Remington rimfire cartridge case located on the bed in blood, collected from 4199 Union Hill Road. And there are other markings, other stickers.
Okay. And those other stickers, do they tend to indicate that it would have gone to probably multiple labs?
Yes, lab stickers, and then I believe our investigations evidence vault has a sticker on there as well, where it was stored.
Can you open that item for me?
Well, stick it with you.
I'm going to show it.
I'll permit you to. I'll permit you to publish it. Does it have a letter designation as well? You refer to it as 319.
Oh, I apologize. It would be B319. And for organizational purposes and for the record, just to make it clear, most the exhibits that were collected from scene 1 will be A and then a number. The exhibits that were collected from scene 2 will be B and then a number. Scene 2 being 4199. The exhibits that were collected from scene 3 will be C and a number. And then the exhibits that were collected from scene 4 will be D and a number. So if I am in a scene and I blow past without a number, it'll correlate to the scene that we're working on. Okay, can you open that item, which is, again, B319, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you remove the item that's in there? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Can you tell us what that is?
it is a Remington rimfire cartridge case.
And can you observe the head stamp of that cartridge casing?
Yes, it's REM.
Okay. And do you see a strike mark on that as well?
I do.
Your Honor, this time I'd ask permission to publish this for the jury.
Are you objecting to the publication of this?
No objection.
All right. You may publish.
In addition to this shell casing, did you find other shell casings in that area of the bed?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. The State's Exhibit B278. I'll just give you a couple of them here. Mr. John, can I get B278 up on the screen, please? Can you tell the jury what's depicted with respect to State's Exhibit B278?
Again, with Frankie's body removed, we located another cartridge casing, rimfire, Remington cartridge casing on the bed.
B279? Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit B279?
It is a closer view of that cartridge casing.
And is that the nature and condition of that cartridge casing as you found it on that day?
Yes.
Did you also take a picture that showed the strike mark head stamp?
Yes.
Can I get B280? Can you tell the jury what's depicted with respect to State's Exhibit B280?
That is the head stamp of that casing with the letters REM and a strike on the rim.
Eventually, did you give that its own unique BCI item number and mark it with a photo placard for
Yes.
collection?
Yes, it was collected as item number 11.
Can I get State's Exhibit B 282? B 282. State's Exhibit B 282. Can you tell the jury what's in State's Exhibit B 282?
That is a photograph of the cartridge casing with the placard number 11.
And I handed you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B 320. Can you tell the jury, do you recognize markings on State's Exhibit B 320?
Yes, evidence label number 11. It is a Remington rimfire cartridge case located on the bed in blood from 4199 Union Hill Road with lab and other stickers as well.
Can you also open that item?
Judge, once again, no stipulation.
You pull that out. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It is the Remington rimfire cartridge casing with a strike on the rim.
And I'm going to have you just hold it up instead of me walking it through and publish it. Just hold it up and then hold it lengthwise as well. All right, with respect to the head stamp on that fired cartridge casing, did it appear to be the same brand as the first one?
Yes.
In addition to that item, did you also find other shell casings in the area of that bed, or at some point did you find one that appeared that had fallen out of the bed when you were moving Frankie?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you another group of pictures. It'll start with State's Exhibit B 283. State's Exhibit B 283. Mr. Johnson, if you can give that to me on the screen. Can you show the jury, or tell the jury, what is depicted in State's Exhibit B 283?
Yes, this is a photograph of a cartridge casing that fell out of the bedding and onto the floor as we were conducting the investigation.
And that appears to have fallen, or does that appear to have fallen into that open space area in front of the bed?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me State's Exhibit B 284? Again, what is that?
A close-up view of that cartridge case on the floor.
State's Exhibit B 285. Ultimately, did you mark that shell casing with a unique BCI item identification number and photo it for the purpose of collection of evidence?
Yes, it was collected as item number 12.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit B 321. State's Exhibit B 321. Do you recognize the markings on that item?
It's evidence sticker number 12, Remington rimfire cartridge case located on the bed originally in blood from 4199 Union Hill Road. Also has lab and other stickers on it.
Can you open that for me? And Mr. Junk, can you give me B 286?
Judge, once again, no stipulation.
I'm sorry,
No stipulate to this item.
you wish to continue the questioning, there was an
I'll just go ahead and blow through it. I'll blow through the questioning just as fast. State's Exhibit B 286, it's up on the screen. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It is a head stamp of the Remington rimfire cartridge case.
And the item that you pulled out of that box that you identified, can you tell the jury what that is?
Another Remington rimfire cartridge case with a strike on the rim.
And can you look at the head stamp again? Does that appear to be the same brand ammunition as the other two?
Yes, it is.
Same brand, same type, same caliber?
Yes.
Did you find other shell casings in the area of that bed?
Yes.
Did you find those after you moved Hannah Gilly out of that bed?
Correct.
I'm going to hand you another group of pictures. Starts with State Exhibit B 287. Mr. Junk, can you go ahead and give me State's Exhibit B 287, please? Can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit B 287?
This is the bedding after the removal of Hannah Gilly's body. We located a cartridge casing on the bedding up in that area.
And did you document, again, that picture the same way that you would have documented the other pictures?
Yes.
Can you give me 288? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit 288?
Again, a closer view of this cartridge case in this area.
289? B 289, I'm sorry. State's Exhibit B 288, B 289.
And this is a close-up view of that cartridge casing.
Was that the location and condition, positioning of that cartridge casing as you saw it or as you found it?
Yes.
Eventually, did you mark that cartridge casing with the unique BCI item number?
Yes, it was collected as item number 19.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit 298? State's Exhibit 298 is up on the screen for the jury. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit 298?
This is a close-up of that cartridge case with a placard number 19.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit B 328. State's Exhibit B 328, can you tell the jury what that is?
Evidence number 19, Remington rimfire cartridge case from the bed of 4199 Union Hill. Has my evidence sticker as well as lab and others.
Can you open that item?
Judge, once again, we'll stipulate.
If you wish to continue the question, we have a stipulation, I think.
Yes, Your Honor. This is probative evidence that he collected directly related to the homicide. I'm not happy to display it. Can you tell the jury what was inside State's Exhibit B 328?
It is a Remington rimfire cartridge case with a strike on the rim.
Can I get State's Exhibit B 300 on the screen, please? Did you also photograph the head stamp and striker mark?
Yes.
Or fire pin mark from that? And with respect to State's Exhibit B 300, can you tell the jury what they're looking at?
That is a photograph of the head stamp.
With respect to State's Exhibit B 328 that you just pulled out, again, is that does that appear to be the same caliber, same brand, same type of ammunition as the other shell casings that you found?
Yes.
Did you find other shell casings or another shell casing on the far side of that bed?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you another stack of pictures, starting with State's Exhibit B 295. Mr. Junk, if you could, go ahead and give me State's Exhibit B 295.
Judge, we'll stipulate all these photos.
You wish to continue to question him? Or-
I do, Your Honor. I want to testify about where he found it and show where he found it and the general condition and location of it.
All right, are you objecting to the testimony or just offering to stipulate it?
Judge, we don't contest any of this.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll continue, permit you to continue the question.
With respect to State's Exhibit 295, can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 295 and where that picture is?
Yes, this is on the far side of the bed against the wall. It's actually looking down onto the floor. And a cartridge case was located here on the floor.
Can you give me State's Exhibit 296, B 296? Okay, can you tell us what's depicted in that picture?
Yes, this is the cartridge case that was located behind the bed on the floor.
Eventually, did you collect and mark that casing with a unique BCI item number?
Yes, it was collected as item number 20.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit 301, B 301? I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B 329. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit B 301?
Evidence number, 301.
Yes.
Is the photograph close-up photograph with a placard number 20 of that cartridge case on the floor.
And then State's Exhibit B 329.
The evidence sticker has evidence number 20, Remington rimfire cartridge case from floor behind the bed from 4199 Union Hill, with other stickers and a lab sticker.
Can you open that item for us? I'm gonna ask you questions while you're opening it.
Again, we'll stipulate, Judge.
I'm gonna just keep going.
I'll permit you to continue the question.
Can I get, Mr. Junk, can I get State's Exhibit B 303 for us? In addition to marking that, did you also take a picture of it that showed the head stamp and strike mark or firing pen mark?
Yes, it did.
And is that, can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit B 303?
It is that photograph of the head stamp.
State's Exhibit B 329, the item that you removed from that, is that the shell casing that is depicted in this picture?
Yes.
And with respect to the general nature of that shell casing, the head stamp markings, the firing pin impressions, or where that firing pin impression is, does it appear to be the same brand, type, and category of ammunition?
Yes.
All right, we talked about, well, actually, let me back you up real quick. Did you, or would have you documented, as part of the work, BCI documented the location in which ballistic evidence, or the ballistic evidence in this case, was found and collected?
Yes.
And I'm gonna put up for the jury what's been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit B 335. Can you tell the jury what State Exhibit B 335 depicts?
Yes, this shows the ballistic evidence recovered from that bedroom. 10, 11, 12, 19, and 20 are the cartridge casings collected from on or around the bed.
So with respect to your work there collecting fired cartridge casings from that bed area, how many total cartridge casings did you get from that bed area?
We collected 5.
Now, did you also collect some cell phones that were located in that crib?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to hand you another stack of pictures here, starting with State's Exhibit B 211. Mr. Junk, can I get State's Exhibit B 211? Can you tell the jury what we're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B 211?
Yes, this is a photograph in the crib of the phones that were collected.
B 212?
A closer photograph of those phones.
Okay, and can you do me a favor? It's kind of hard to see because there's so much stuff in there. Can you show us where those phones are?
One phone here, there's another phone over here.
Eventually, can I get B 213? Eventually, would you have marked, let me get B 215, 215. Eventually, would you have marked those items and given them a unique BCI item number?
Yes.
And if you could, walk us through the condition of those phones when you found them. Were they plugged in? Were they turned on?
They were powered on, and I believe they were powered on, and they were plugged in. They appeared to be phones that were currently in use.
At some point, did you collect those phones?
Yes.
And when you collected them, did you notice, were they actually still receiving notifications or evidence that people were at least reaching out to those phones?
I recall at least one of them was, yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B 216? Can you tell us what you're focusing there on State's Exhibit B 216?
Yes, this is this phone, which would have been collected as item number 8.
And then can I get B 219? Can you tell us what that is?
This is the lock screen of that phone when we got it out to photograph it.
Is that your item or your unique item number 8?
Correct.
On a handy what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit B317. States Exhibit B317, can you take a look at that for us?
Yes, this has evidence, sticker number 8. It is a Kyocera phone, black cell phone inside the crib next to the bed from 4199 Union Hill, and my initials are on the seal.
Did you collect, maintain, and store that item in accordance with your training and your standard operating procedures?
Yes.
And is that the kind of item that ultimately could have gone to your computer crimes or your computer forensic section?
Correct.
Mr. Park, you want to stipulate this?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe we can probably enter a stipulation.
All right.
The parties would agree and stipulate that States Exhibit B317 is evidence, BCI evidence item number 8. It is a Kyocera phone, one black cell phone that was marked as item number 8, BCI item number 8, found in the crib at 4199 Union Hill Road.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct, Judge.
All right.
Perhaps we should publish it for the jury.
I'm sorry?
Perhaps we should publish it for the jury.
All right. The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
We can publish it.
Your choice.
Did you also collect the other phone that was in that crib that was identified as your BCI item number 9?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit B318. Can you take a look at that?
Yes. Evidence, the sticker on it is evidence number 9. It is a ZTE phone, black cell phone inside the crib, next to the bed at 4199 Union Hill, and my initials are on the original seal.
Again, is that the type of evidence that could eventually be sent to your computer crimes section?
Yes.
Or your computer forensic folks?
Correct.
As far as you can stipulate to that?
Yes.
Your Honor, the parties would agree in another stipulation. The parties would agree and stipulate that States Exhibit B318 is BCI evidence number 9. It is a black cellular telephone found inside the crib at 4199 Union Hill Road and marked by photo placard number 9 in the pictures that depict that item.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct, Judge.
All right. The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Mr. Parker, do you wish me to publish it?
Your choice.
All right. In addition to those phones and the shell casings that you found, did you also locate a live 22 caliber cartridge in that room?
Yes, there was a rimfire cartridge located here in this area where number 21 is.
I'm going to hand you another group of pictures. Junk, can I get State's Exhibit B304 on the screen? State's Exhibit B304, can you tell the jury what's depicted in that image?
Yes, inside that bedroom door, next to this piece of furniture, there is a rimfire cartridge on the ground.
Mr. Junk, can I get State's Exhibit B305? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in State's Exhibit B305?
That is a close-up photo of that cartridge.
And then can I get State's Exhibit B307? At some point, did you give that cartridge a unique BCI item number and mark it, photo it, and take it into evidence?
Yes, it was collected as item number 21.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B330, but first, can you look at State's Exhibit B307 and what is depicted in State's Exhibit B307?
That is a close-up picture with placard number 21 of that cartridge.
I'm going to hand you now what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B330. Do you recognize the markings on State's Exhibit B330?
Yes, it is live ammunition, a federal cartridge from the floor, from 4199 Union Hill Road, and my initials as well as lab and other stickers are on the packaging.
I actually want you to open that one for me real quick. Can you look, from that view, it's in a baggie, can you look at the head stamp on that?
Yes.
Okay. And again, with respect to that exhibit, State's Exhibit 330, is that a different brand of ammunition than you found with respect to the shell casings?
Yes.
Okay. And was that found in a location that was away from that bed and not in proximity to where those fired shell casings were found?
Yes, it was the other side of the room.
Are there markings on that box that indicate that it was sent to other labs for testing?
It was sent to the lab. It was given number 10 at the lab.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I believe we can enter into stipulation. I blew past a couple stipulations. We'll go back and get those here in a second. But with respect to State's Exhibit B330, the parties have a stipulation to enter
Do you
into.
want to state for the jury then?
The parties would agree and stipulate that State's Exhibit B330 is BCI item number 21. It's a live .22 caliber cartridge that was found in the bedroom at 4199 Union Hill Road. That item was sent for DNA testing. The results of that testing were inconclusive, and Hannah Gilly and Frankie Rhoden could not be excluded as contributors to the DNA mixture on that item.
That's correct.
The jury is instructed with respect to that stipulation to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the court.
And Agent Fortner, from time to time, are fired shell casings sent to the lab to see if they can get touch DNA on it?
Yes.
Does that happen from time to time?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Mr. Parker, I'm going to go back and pick up those stipulations. Your Honor, we have two further stipulations that we'd like to enter into. All right, the parties would stipulate and agree that State's Exhibit B328, which is BCI item number 19, a fired cartridge casing found in the bedroom at 4199 Union Hill Road. That cartridge casing was sent to the lab at BCI for DNA testing, and there was insufficient DNA present on that item for the purpose of comparison.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct.
All right. The jury, again, is instructed to accept that stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
And then one other stipulation that we have with respect to these items is that the parties would agree and stipulate that State's Exhibit B 329, which is BCI item number 20, another shell casing found in the bedroom at 4199 Union Hill Road, was also sent to the lab for DNA testing, and there was insufficient DNA present on that item for the purpose of DNA comparison testing.
Mr. Parker,
That's correct, Judge.
with respect to that stipulation, the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the court.
Okay. Is that the extent of the evidence that you collected with respect to that bedroom there at 4199 Union Hill Road?
Yes.
Now, prior to doing all of that work in that bedroom, did you do a Faro scan of that room?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And with respect to that residence, did you only scan that bedroom?
Yes.
You testified yesterday about a Faro scan and how a Faro scan is conducted. The Faro scan that you did with respect to that bedroom at 4199 Union Hill Road, did you do it the same way that you testified to yesterday?
Yes.
And for the purposes of presentation at court, did you have those scans put onto a thumb drive so that you could go in and do scene 2, or 4199 Union Hill Road, the same way you presented scene 1?
Correct.
Did you bring that with you?
Yes,
Do you have it set up in your computer, ready to go?
I do.
Or this time, we'd ask permission for the witness to step down and present these Faro scans.
Judge, just our continuing objection.
All right. Your position is?
Again, it's probative, it measures everything, it's more to scale, it gives a better depiction of how things actually were in this room.
All right. Objection overruled.
Okay, Agent Fortner, again, you're at your computer, and can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to this display?
This is the overhead view of the 2 scan stations in that bedroom where I placed the scanner.
Okay. And that, I guess that box there, does that depict the area of that bedroom?
Yes, this would be the area of the bedroom, and then it also picks up the area of the hallway.
At some point when you're doing the scan, did it shoot back down that hallway?
Correct.
Okay. And that rectangle in that box, does that depict the area that that laser would have gone out and measured as part of your scan in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So give me 1 second here. Again, obviously to the press, we'd ask that you don't record pictures of what we're about to show. Can you take us in to the first area you set up in that room? And we're going to do kind of the same thing we did yesterday. We're going to walk through doing a 360. Actually, set us up closest to the bedroom door. I don't know if that was your first one or not, but we're going to start there. Okay. And if you could, tell us what we're looking at right there.
So this is looking down the hallway toward the front door.
Can you, before you spin us, before you move us at all, can you measure from that front door there? I don't know if can you get out and measure from that front door to that bedroom door in the distance?
Sure. Inches. Approximately 17.008 feet.
Okay. Now, if you would, just take us slowly on a 360-degree scan of that room, walking us through what we're narrating, what we're seeing.
This is the crib where the two phones were located. Obviously the bed with the bodies of Frankie and Hannah. This is the incubator that's on the far wall.
I'm stopping you real quick. Is that scanner basically set up close to the door, near the door?
Yes.
Can you measure from where that scanner's set up to the bed? Or can you measure from the door to the bed? I don't know if you can make that turn or not.
5.995 feet.
Okay, and that's straight line distance going through the crib, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you actually came out to where the scanner is and walked or moved along that path, would it be a little further?
Yes, a couple more feet.
Okay. Go ahead and take us back around, finish that 360.
This is the table just inside the door.
And is that the table where you found that live round next to?
Yes, the cartridge was found at the base of this table.
Okay. Can you take us to that secondary scan? I'm just gonna have you go nice and so we'll go back up there. What are we looking at here?
This is the doorway, the hall would be down there. Here's the table where the cartridge was found. Here's the crib with phones.
So let's stop right there for a second. Do you have that scanner set up right now in that little open area that you testified to?
One of the legs of the tripod would have been in that area.
Okay. So does this basically give you a view, if you're standing in that open area, what you would have been able to see looking down towards that bed?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Spin us around. Okay. And again, you only did a scan of that room, is that correct?
Correct.
You can go ahead and disconnect it and take it back. You testified yesterday that the Faro scanner has the capability to stitch together a scan to do a fly-through. Do you know, was a fly-through done of this scene as well?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. For the record, this fly-through will be marked as State's Exhibit S2. It'll be in the external hard drive in a folder marked Faro Scans, State's Exhibits S. So, Mr. Junk, at this time, could I get you to play what says 4199 Union Hill Road again will be identified as State's Exhibit S2. Can you watch the screen and tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, this is a fly-through into the bedroom. See the incubator there. Pan around to the bed with the bodies where the cartridge casings were located. Then to the crib where the two phones were located. Then a view looking back toward the door.
Is that the extent, or I guess, does that truly and accurately depict that Faro scan flyover that BCI did with respect to the scene located at 4199 Union Hill Road?
Yes.
Other than what you already testified to today and yesterday with respect to this scene, did you collect anything else of evidentiary value from 4199 Union Hill Road?
No.
What time did you clear that scene that night?
It was after midnight.
And with respect to other scenes, did other agents work later than the midnight time period on their scenes?
Yes, I believe there were some that were continuing to work for a while after I was done.
Your Honor, at this time, we would agree into another stipulation.
All right, you want to state that for the jury then?
Yes. The parties would agree and stipulate that with respect to the evidence collected at this scene, 4199 Union Hill Road, by BCI agents, that the DNA profiles of Jake Wagner, the DNA profiles of George Wagner, the DNA profiles of Billy Wagner, and the DNA profiles of Angela Wagner were not found in any evidence collected from this scene. That's correct.
The jury is instructed with respect to that stipulation to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Back in April of 2016, what size shoe did you wear?
13.
And when you did these scenes, what type of work shoe or what kind of footwear would you have had on?
I wear a hiking type shoe, like a hiking boot.
That you assigned BCI item numbers to each of the pieces of evidence, correct? We saw that.
Correct.
Do those items indicate the order that you collect the items, or what do they indicate?
Not necessarily, no. Sometimes we find an item, for instance, in the bedding that may have fallen out that would be collected later. That's why some of the cartridge casing numbers don't line up. There were other things collected between them.
Same thing with photos that you take or photo IDs, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have for this witness.
All right, it's 12:20, so we're going to recess for lunch. Just to round things off, we'll be in recess until 1:30 for lunch. While the jury is recessed for lunch, while the trial is recessed for lunch, the jury is not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning the case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You're to do no research of any kind concerning the facts or law of this case. You are not to read, listen to, or review any reports or accounts of this case from any source whatsoever, and you are to have no contact with any of the participants in the trial, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything you wish to put on the record before we recess for lunch?
No, thank you, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right, then we are recessed until 1:30. At 1:30, the jurors are to assemble at the jury room. Is counsel ready for the jury to be brought back in?
Judge, we'd like to put one thing on the record first.
All right.
Judge, we would ask for a mistrial based on gruesome photos that have been shown to the jury. Photos are only admissible if they're relevant and probative of a disputed issue. And that is State versus Maurer, M-A-U-R-E-R, 1984, 15 Ohio State 3rd, 239. Here, the photos that have been shown to the jury are not relevant and probative of a disputed issue. And these are particularly the photos of the victims. We are not disputing that that these are homicides and they were killed. We're not disputing the manner of the death, the cause of the death. The state is proceeding under a complicity theory. We know for a fact from their own theory and their own evidence that's forthcoming that Jake is the one that entered the bedroom of Frankie and Anna Gilly. And Jake is the one that shot them as depicted in these photos. And that is not in dispute. This is a trial about complicity. And these repeated showing of these photos and close-up photos, bloody photos of the victims are causing a mistrial. They are intended to gain sympathy from the jury, to have the jury make an emotional reaction, and to distract them from the disputed issues. The disputed issue is whether my client was complicit or not. He did not enter that bedroom. He did not fire those shots. Those photos should not go to the jury. And we would ask the court to put a stop to showing these gruesome photos, which are not relevant to the disputed issues in this particular case.
Well, you're probably privy to more facts about this case than I am. I don't know. You've indicated some things that will be shown later on in the case that I'm not aware of. I have been watching the jury, though. I have been observing the jury, and I have not seen any emotional reactions out of any of the jurors concerning these photographs.
I saw one yesterday, Judge. One of the jurors.
I haven't. I haven't observed any, but.
And this morning, I believe one or two people had to leave the courtroom from the audience when those photos were being shown. You know, these gruesome photos cause a reaction. They garner anger towards the people that are charged with the crime. It's a natural human reaction to be angry when you see those photos. And they're going to take that anger out on my client when he's not responsible for any of that. And it's not really a disputed issue in this case.
Well, okay, now I'll hear from the state if you wish to argue how these photographs assist the jury in making the decision that the jury is going to be called upon to make at some point.
Your Honor, everything that we have done so far has been absolutely probative to this case. First of all, some of the facts that we are extracting from these various witnesses, we will be able to connect the dots when Jake Wagner testifies, and it will corroborate what he tells us, which is very important for us to be able to corroborate his testimony, given that he also claims that George Wagner was with him the night of the murders. That said, Your Honor, already Mr. Parker came up here with the coroner with a chart, and it appears he's going to keep track for every single witness, the distance that each shot was, etc. So clearly there's probative value to this information, Your Honor. How the victims were found, how long they were in rigor, all that stuff matters in again, kind of establishing the time of death, etc., and corroborating the other evidence and witnesses that we have. So there, and I would also note for the record that we have taken great care to avoid the particularly gruesome photos, if you can imagine. I mean, as you know, in an autopsy, the internal examination is not a pleasant thing, and we have not shown any of those things, where I certainly have done that in other homicide cases. It is not the state's fault that there are 8 victims in this case in 4 different locations. So, you know, again, we are being very conservative in the photos that we use. It's only to help the witnesses expound upon their testimony. And as the court has noted, I have not noticed any reactions from the jurors. Certainly nobody has broke down crying and had to stop us or anything of that nature. So I would request the court to overrule the motion for mistrial.
Judge, the issue is, what are the disputed issues in this case? That's the key. What are the disputed issues?
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to overrule the motion for mistrial and proceed. Is the state ready to have the jury brought in? Is the defense ready?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
You may be seated. Is the state ready to continue direct examination of Agent Fortner?
Your Honor, the state is finished with its direct examination of Agent.
Oh, all right. Okay. That's correct. Now, we need to cross-examine. Do you wish to cross-examine?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Fortner.
Good afternoon.
I said that correctly, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some questions. They're going to be closely related to the questions you were asked on direct. I'm just going to get some clarification on some things, okay?
Sure.
All right. Let me first start with, how long have you been in law enforcement?
Almost 27 years.
Okay. How long have you been with BCI?
11.
Okay. And I understand in 2016, your assignment or your job duty was evidence collection. Is that correct?
I was assigned to the crime scene unit, yes.
Okay. So you said crime scene unit. Is that evidence collection?
It's one of our jobs, yes.
Okay. And are you still engaged in that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And when did you stop?
June of last year, I believe.
Okay. How long were you in that division?
Almost 10 years.
10 years. And that's just with BCI, right?
Correct.
And prior to joining BCI, were you also engaged in evidence collection in some other law enforcement capacity?
Yeah, as part of patrol or investigative duties, not my main job, but yes, I
Okay.
did.
And I would assume with BCI that you have a lot of training in how to collect evidence in a proper fashion. Is
Yes.
that right?
Correct.
How to detect evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And say, for example, if you were to be in an area where there may be shoe prints, you would be trained in how to lift those prints, right?
Correct.
Okay. And not only how to lift those prints, but as well as identifying prints or what could be a print, right?
Yes.
In fact, you did that here at Mr. Rhoden's residence there in the kitchen area, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you come into a crime scene, am I correct that one of the first things you're going to do is start taking photographs?
Yes, it's early on in the process, yes.
Okay. And so it's important that you not move anything prior to those photographs being taken, is that right?
We try not to, yes.
Okay. And to your recollection, did you move anything at this residence prior to taking photographs?
Not that I recall intentionally, no.
Okay. Now, I was just asking you about shoe impressions. Can you tell me what training you've had in identification or lifting prints?
Well, I've had a lot of in-service training and experience in lifting prints. I'm not matching prints.
Okay.
I don't have any formal training in that. However, I've had basic training from at least 2 or 3 schools, including the National Forensic Academy for, 400 hours in lifting those prints.
Wow, 400 hours.
Yes.
Okay. Is that also detection of where to find prints or what may be a print?
Yes,
Okay. And do you hold any certificates?
I do not.
Okay. But nevertheless, you attended a course, it sounds like you had 400 hours of training.
Well, 400 hours was the total National Forensic Academy.
Okay.
I'm not
all
sure
right.
how many hours specifically were dedicated to developing footwear, but it's no different than developing fingerprints.
Okay. And those skills that you're talking about, you had used those skills back in 2016, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, speaking of prints, if I wanted to make an impression, let's say I had a shoe, and I wanted to make an impression on an object, what type of object would I use to make that impression?
Not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, so let's say I had 2 different objects. Let's say I had a very soft material, and I had a very hard material, and I wanted to take that shoe, and I wanted to show that sole on that shoe. Which one of those surfaces would I use?
Well, it depends. There are different types of impressions. We have positive impressions, negative impressions, and plastic impressions.
Okay.
So a positive impression would be something on the shoe that would then deposit on the surface. A negative impression would be something already on the surface, such as dust or something, and the shoe takes that away and you can see the void in the print. And then plastic would be something malleable, something like tar or putty, something that would actually maybe leave a three-dimensional impression in the substance.
Yeah, so I kind of asked you an open-ended question. You didn't quite know where I was going, but let me ask you, which would be a better surface to retrieve a print from, a carpet or, say, hardwood floor?
Or hardwood floor.
Okay, why is that?
Because it's non-porous, it's not fabric, it's made of such a material that would be easier to print and would be easier to see.
Okay. Now, I'm sure that in your experience, even as a lay person, you have picked up some moisture, whatever it may be, water, mud, perhaps blood, on the bottom of your shoe, and you have walked across the carpet. You've done that.
Yes,
And you would agree with me that the more steps you take across that carpet, the more whatever has collected on your shoe, that moisture is going to continually to deposit till it's eventually depleted off the bottom of that shoe. You would agree with me?
that makes sense. I have no formal training in that, but yeah, sure.
Okay. No formal training because it's kind of common sense, right?
Sure.
All right. So let me ask on, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but at a particular time and date, you were called to 4199 Union Hill Road, right?
Correct.
And when was that?
That was April the 22nd of 2016.
Okay, and about what time was it?
It was morning. Not sure what time we got the exact call.
Okay, but it was in the AM hours?
Yes.
And do you recall what time you arrived at that residence?
I believe I arrived there at about 1:49, 1:50 p.m.
Okay. All
I
right.
began processing shortly after 2 p.m.
All right. And through your investigation of this case, did you ever discover or look into the weather of the evening hours of April 21st or the morning hours of April 22nd?
I did not search a weather database or anything.
Okay. Are you aware of what the weather was?
I do not know.
Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about, obviously we have a homicide that occurred, and you're aware of what time or the approximate time of those homicides, right?
Sometime overnight, yes, night before or overnight.
Okay. During the night hours, whether late at night or early morning?
I can't say a specific time, no.
Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures here. You're on the approach.
Yes.
I'm just going to put this, probably have a
Diesel.
tripod here. Yeah, if you could put that up for me, great. All right, thank you. All right, so to your right, I have, maybe we need to push that back a little so you can see. To
Okay.
your right, I have put up a poster board with a picture. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is the aerial view of 4199 Union Hill.
Okay. Now, and if you've got that pointer, feel free to use it.
I do not.
Okay.
Not sure where it
And
went.
so for the record, that poster board is States Exhibit B332. All right, I'm sorry, sir, I lost where we were at. Could you tell me if you can identify what's on that poster board?
Yes, this is the aerial view of 4199 Union Hill.
Okay, and if I look to the left, I can see some objects there. Can you tell me what is the next residence to the left?
That is 4077 Union Hill, scene 1.
Okay, you just called that scene 1, and who lived there?
I believe H. Hanshaw was the lead there.
And you traveled over there to that scene, is that right?
Yes, I was at that scene to conduct the scan.
Okay. Now, is there what appears to be a path between those two residences?
Yes, there are like several paths, dirt road looking things, yes.
Okay, a dirt road. And I am going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit B13. And sir, if you would look over your left shoulder there, do you see that? Oh, you see it in front of you, okay. And do you recognize that photo that I said is previously marked State's Exhibit B13?
Yes, it is a photo towards scene one, toward 4077. You can see the cars and equipment, and you can see some of those paths you just mentioned.
Okay, all right. In fact, you described that as a dirt path, right?
Sure.
And now that you're if you look at the photograph, B13, you get a closer look at what that is, and it certainly looks to be like a dirt path, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that is the way that that path or that area appeared between those two residences on April the 22nd, 2016. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
Let me ask, is the defense monitor working over here?
This one's working, this one's
That
better.
one, I can try to turn that one on again, but it may blink or make it. Would you like for me to try to turn that back on?
Not if it's going to cause problems, or to be a distraction. I don't need,
Terry,
I just wanted to make sure defense counsel could see what the
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, I believe in your direct testimony, you had testified that upon your arrival, what you'll do is you'll make a circle around the residence, taking photographs every so often. Is that right?
Yes, we take overall photographs.
And then you'll get closer and then eventually go inside the residence. Is that right?
Yeah, that
Okay.
generally, yes.
Okay. And that's what you did here with this residence?
Yes.
All right. So I am going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit B27. Let me know when you see that in front of you, sir.
Okay.
All right. And you recognize that photo, right?
Yes, it's a photo of the open window on the rear of the trailer.
Okay. Now, there's like a green residue, moss-like, that's on the back side of that mobile home. You see that, right?
Yes.
And it should strike you that that should be consistent all along that mobile home, right?
Yes.
And when it's not, that seems that somebody has touched that, cleaned that, or something has happened, right?
Yes.
And so when you look at that window, it appears that that green residue has been cleared away, right?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And in fact, you had testified some about this, and I'm now going to ask you to look at State's Exhibit B29. All right. Do you see that photo in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a yes, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now, is that a close-up of that open window?
Yes.
All right, and it appears that there's a blade of grass down there on the lower right on that AC unit. Is that right?
Yes, it appears that way.
Okay, now, can you tell me what investigative measures you took in that area right there? Such as fingerprints that you're trained in?
I did not.
Okay.
That window sill was swabbed for DNA at a later date.
Okay, all right. And eventually you make your way into the home, is that right?
Correct.
And one of the rooms that you went to is the room with that open window, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And during your investigation, or at the conclusion of your investigation, you will prepare a report, right?
Yes.
And you did that here.
Yes.
All right. I'm now going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit B131. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes,
You took that photo, right?
yes,
And that is the window inside the residence, that's the room inside the residence with the open window, is that right?
correct.
All right, now, remember that report I asked you about?
Yes,
You prepared a report in this case, right?
yes,
And in your report, you discussed looking for points of entry. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you recall specifically writing about that window,
I
right?
did.
And what is it you said about that as a potential point of interest?
As I've already testified, I said with the items there inside the window, I felt it was less likely to be a point of entry.
Because it's such a tight squeeze to get through there and not disrupt those items, right?
It would take somebody smaller, more agile, yes.
Yeah, smaller, more agile, because you would expect to see some of those items knocked over, right?
Yes,
And had that happened, you may have taken more attention to that area, right?
possibly.
Now, here's something important. Could you tell me what that floor is made of there in that bedroom?
That's carpet.
That's carpet, and that's that surface that we talked about with losing maybe perhaps dirt that's on the bottom of your shoe, right?
Yes,
And remember, you walk along that too much and you're eventually going to lose any residue before you'd ever get to a hardwood floor, right?
what type of residue you're talking about?
Dirt, such as accumulated from that dirt path?
Dirt?
Yeah.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And you didn't see any blades of grass there, right?
Not that I noticed.
Okay.
It was kind of a mess.
Did I just hear you say it was kind of a mess?
I said it, I'm not sure if
Oh,
you heard
okay.
it.
I wasn't sure. I was looking away. In fact, I believe during your direct testimony, you talked about there being a lot of areas in this home with tight spaces.
Yes,
And it was due to clutter, I should say, laying around on the floor or piled up in various areas, right?
that's correct.
And that's what made certain areas of his home tight. All right. Now, I'm going to take down that poster board, and just for reference, I'm going to put another one up there for you. I'm going to show you what has been marked previously as State's Exhibit B 334. All right. So that's going to be right over to your right. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the rough diagram of the residence that we were referencing earlier.
All right. And so occasionally, as I ask you questions, I may ask you to just show the jurors which room we're talking about, if you could point to that area, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit B77. All right. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
And you took that photograph?
yes,
All right, and that's within the residence of Frankie Rhoden?
yes.
All right, now, could you point to the jurors where you were standing when you took that photograph?
As I testified, this is from right inside the front door looking that way.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, we found the point.
Found the point.
Right? Okay. All right, just one more time, now that we have a point.
It would be from this area right inside the front door looking that way.
All right. And could you point the room where the open window is?
That would be here.
Okay. And you can look at the photograph in case you don't remember, but can you tell me what is the floor made of there in that living room area?
In the living room, there's carpet and a rug on top of it.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit B80. All right, do you see that photograph?
Yes,
And that's a photograph you took
yes,
on April the 22nd, 2016? Yes?
Yes, I already
Okay.
testified.
And could you point out where you're standing there on the diagram when you took that photograph?
In this location, again, towards the front door.
Okay, now it appears we're looking down a hallway, is that right?
Yes,
And that hallway, the hallway we're looking down would be a hallway leading to that room with an open window, right?
yes, the door for it is down the hallway.
All right, so it looks like that hallway is carpeted, is that correct?
It is.
Okay, so if somebody were to enter that open window, they're gonna have to walk all through that carpeted area before they get to the hardwood section of that kitchen, right?
Potentially, yes.
Well, how else would they do it?
I don't know.
Okay. And you would agree with me that the flooring in that kitchen area is it's a hard surface or a laminate, right?
Yes,
In fact, you took some pictures of that flooring, right?
yes,
And much to my amazement, you were able to find some shoe print evidence there, or what you thought could be evidence, right?
correct.
And you had used some dust to pull that print out.
Yes.
Is that right? And then you were able to use like a gel to get that print, right?
Yes,
Okay. And so, again, just the point I want to make is the flooring there is that harder substance which would be more preferable for getting a print, right?
correct.
Okay. Bear with me, I'm just looking through some photographs here. Now, is there another exterior door to this residence?
Other than the front door?
Yeah,
Yes, the back door.
the back door, okay. And, I referenced your report where you were talking about possible points of entry. You recall that, right?
Yes,
And you excluded the bedroom window as one of those points of entry,
I did not say I excluded it. I said it was less likely.
less likely because of that tight space, right?
Yes, not impossible.
Yeah, and you know that when you got there, I believe you testified that one of the family members had told you that the chain was on that front door and it had to be lifted. Is that right?
That was not my testimony at all, no.
Okay, what was it then?
My testimony was I was told the 3-year-old opened the door for the family.
Okay, all right. So you weren't told anything about that chain?
I was not.
So are you thinking, or was it your thought that that could have been a possible point of entry?
Could possibly have been, yes.
Okay. And did you make any judgment regarding that back door, whether it was a possible point of entry?
I could not tell.
Okay. So you couldn't tell. Tell me, what was the issue as to why you couldn't decide?
The door was shut, it wasn't open, the front door was open. I just didn't know. There was nothing to indicate whether they did or didn't
You didn't
enter
try
or
to-
exit through the back door.
Okay, you didn't try to open that door?
At some point we did.
Okay.
The deadbolt was unlocked.
Okay. But you still weren't sure whether that was a possible point of entry, right?
Correct.
All right, so, I know you're on the stand, let me help you out here and tell me if I'm wrong, but, when you were using your training to identify those shoe prints there in the kitchen, you didn't identify any shoe prints by that back door, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit B106. Sir, do you recognize that photograph that's on the display in front of you?
Yes.
And what is that photograph?
Is it a photograph from that laundry area showing the back door to the left, the kitchen, one ahead of you?
Okay. And I'm now going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit B90. All right, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
All right, now, do you see that exit door in that photograph?
I do.
All right, and can you explain or describe or point for the jurors where that exit door is?
Where in the residence?
Yeah,
It's right here where it says rear door.
okay. And how about showing us on the picture above you?
Right here.
All right, so I see a black bag right there in front of that door. You see
Yes.
that?
Yes,
All right. And when you went through there, that bag was right there next to the door, right?
yes.
Okay. In fact, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit B101. All right, do you see that photograph in front of you?
I do.
And do you recognize that?
It is a photograph in the laundry area. You can see a little bit of that black bag on the bottom right corner of the photo.
Yeah, we know that black bag is in front of the exterior door, right?
Partially, yes.
Okay. In fact, there's another obstacle in front of that door, right?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
All right, let me help you. Let's look at State's Exhibit B93. All right, sir, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
All right, and tell us what that is.
That is a photograph of the back door and the items just inside that door.
Okay. And those items, did you see any prints in the floor around that area?
No,
How about any grass blades? Blades of grass?
not that I noticed, no.
Okay. And now we saw blades of grass or a few blades out there by that AC unit, right?
Yeah, I believe you said one.
Yeah. Well, you saw that photo too, right?
Yeah, I did see
Okay.
one.
So you agree there were some blades of grass?
At least one,
But
yes.
we didn't see that here by this back door.
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit B107. All right, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, it's a photograph of items on the floor in front of the washer and dryer, that laundry area.
All right, and once again, we don't identify any shoe prints there, right?
No.
Yeah. And could you point over here on your right where you would be standing to take that photograph?
I would have been standing, actually this doorway is closer to here. I would have been standing in there. This area here is where the laundry room was.
Okay. All right. Perhaps your diagram isn't accurate.
It's not my diagram, but yes, it is not to scale.
Okay. All right. So you would agree with me, and tell me again, where are you standing when you took that photograph?
I would have been over here looking back this way. Right here would be the washer and dryer and laundry area.
All right. Now, remember when you were questioned on direct examination about standing guard in case somebody were to come out? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, well, yeah, that could be possible. Now, could you tell me the distance from that back door to that bedroom at the end, there, the mobile home?
I don't have that figure off the top of my head.
All right. Well, let me show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit B102. All right, sir, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And tell me, that's where are you standing when you took that photograph?
That is a view from here through that laundry area towards the room.
Okay, towards the room. And so show me again, where are you standing?
Again, here looking this way with this being up
And when
higher.
you said here, where you were pointing was right there by the exit door, right?
Near the back door, yes.
And so it appears that we've got a washing machine and a dryer between that rear door and that back bedroom.
Yes.
And so that's the distance between those two, right?
Yes, roughly.
Do you have an approximation how many feet that is?
Maybe 8, 10 feet.
Okay. And you're the one who set up the Faro scan that can measure things, right?
Yes,
And you can measure that for us?
sure.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit B-117. Sir, do you recognize that photograph?
It appears to be a photograph in this bedroom at this end of the residence.
Okay. And that's that back bedroom, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, we don't have the entire room in that photograph, but there's no furniture such as beds or chairs in there, right?
No, there wasn't.
Okay. And just for clarification, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as B-122. And that's of the same room, right?
Yes.
Okay. Not much area for a person to hide, right?
Not hide behind anything. No, you're right. There's no
Right.
furniture. There is a closet in that room.
Yes. Now, during your testimony, or your direct testimony, we talked about, the items laying on the floor and the clutter, which made certain areas tight. Recall that, right?
Sure.
And in fact, one of those areas would be in the bedroom of Frankie, right?
Yes.
All right. And so I'm going to ask that this picture not be published. And so I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit B-150. You recognize that photo?
Yes.
And which room is that?
That is the bedroom here at the end. It's a picture just in the doorway.
Okay, and that's, I believe in your direct testimony, you testified that that's one of those tight areas, right?
The whole bedroom was a tight area, but there was a path from the door here around to the bed.
Yeah. Now, we talked about those prints that were lifted from the kitchen area. You recall those, right?
Yes.
And you determined that those were not relevant to this investigation.
Yes, it was determined later that they were not relevant.
Okay. You testified on direct regarding shell casings that were found.
Yes.
In fact, you testified in regard to several spent or fired shell casings, right?
Yes.
And they were all of one gun, right?
I cannot testify to that. That would be a firearms examiner.
Right. Okay. So a firearms examiner could tell us. Tell us about the ammunition of the spent or fired shell casings.
They were all the same brand of ammunition, the same caliber, same size.
Okay. And you testified that when the coroner had arrived, you had assisted in moving the bodies,
Yes.
right? And you would agree with me that there were no body shots and all were to the facial area.
It was obviously kind of covered in blood, but yes, we did not notice any obvious wounds to the torso.
Okay. And you testified about the Faro scan. Have you ever shared that with anybody that's not with BCI or part of this prosecution team prior to coming here?
It was entered into the drive where all the evidence was accumulated, all the digital evidence.
Okay, no, but I'm asking whether you shared that with anybody that's not part of this case or your agency.
Oh, no,
You didn't?
no.
All right, sir, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Can you redirect?
You know what I do? Just give me 1 second. I need to shut off the TV and I need to look at my computer for something real quick.
All right.
Just a couple follow-up questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
You were asked a bunch of questions on cross-examination about shoe prints and types of surfaces and whatnot.
Yes.
Over there at BCI, do you have a section that deals with looking at shoe print evidence and making necessary comparisons?
Yes.
And are those folks in that section the experts on making those comparisons and matching shoe prints and that kind of stuff?
Yes.
Now, with respect to, you got a lot of questions about shoe prints and mud and dust and liquids and whatnot and carrying that stuff. If I step in blood, if there's a pool of blood right here and I step in that blood, and I step on a wooded surface that doesn't have that blood, can I pick up that blood and then transfer that blood into a shoe print?
You can, yes.
And is that the kind of evidence that you can at BCI collect and then send to a lab for comparison?
Yes.
And likewise, if I were to go outside of a residence into, let's say, wet grass and rub my feet, do one of those numbers, does that have the possibility of taking that blood off of the bottom of my shoes so that I wouldn't subsequently track it somewhere else?
Again, I'm not an expert there, but it is common sense that you could wipe your feet off. Yes.
Likewise, if I were to walk a fair distance through wet grass, going from point A to point B, same thing.
Correct.
Could the blood that was on my shoes, the evidence that was on my shoes, be wiped off as I walked and tracked through the grass?
It could be, yes.
To the point where when I went into another scene or another area, I was no longer carrying that blood or making those prints.
That is possible, yes.
You testified about that open window at the back there, and you put in your report that based on what you saw around that window, that it was unlikely that someone entered that.
Yes.
And that was actually in your report, right?
Yes, it was.
That report, would that report been available for the other investigators, for the attorneys, and as part of discovery in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And even though you said it was unlikely, based on your observations, was it impossible?
No, it was possible. Like I said, it would take somebody smaller and more agile, but not impossible.
I hate to keep asking you this question, but again, 6'6" north of 300 yourself, are you going through that window without knocking some of that stuff out?
Probably not, no.
Okay. But a smaller, more slender person, even adult, small, slender adult, could they have gotten through that window?
Yes, they could have.
You testified that you didn't do any swabbing or DNA of that open window area as part of your work out there on that day. Is that correct?
Correct.
But did you find out, or do you know that later, as part of the investigation, eventually that area was swabbed for DNA?
Yes, it was.
And, Mr. Junk, I got it pulled up actually. I'm going to put up again State's Exhibit B93 that the defense attorney used with you. I want to talk about this back door. Can I borrow your pointer? Thank you. Fifth attorney asked you about this bag in the area of the door, correct?
Yes,
And again, this device, whatever that was, in the area of that door, correct?
yes,
And clearly, those were in the area of that back door, is that correct?
yes,
Again, was there still space in this area with respect to that door?
yes, there was.
And with respect to that door, you point. Where was the handle and deadbolt?
The handle and deadbolt were on this side, and again, the door swung outward. Had the door opened inward, probably wouldn't have been able to get it all the way open.
Okay, but is your testimony that door actually swung out?
It did.
And again, if I were to open that door and swing it out, could I step through that and get out that back door?
Yes,
And again, later on, or at some point, you testified that the deadbolt on that back door was in the unlocked position. Is that correct?
correct.
And again, with respect to later examination of that deadbolt, was there also a report that would have been eventually done with the examination of that deadbolt?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any further cross?
Just a few questions. Sir, you testified about all the tight spaces in that residence, right?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
We looked at states B93, which is a picture of that door with those objects in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And so to navigate out of that doorway, that's also one of those tight spaces you talked about, right?
You would have had to step over it, yes.
Yes. And if you had done as Mr. Wilson had and you smoothed your feet across grass to wipe something off, isn't it more than likely or probable you're going to pick up dirt or moisture on your foot?
It's possible.
Yes. And had you done so, as you stepped on that linoleum, it would have left or could have left a print, right?
Not would have left, but it could have left.
Yes. And in fact, you looked and you found nothing.
Now,
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further from this witness?
Nothing further,
State.
Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You may step down.
thank you.
All right, is the state ready to call another witness?
Your Honor, the state is going to recall Dr. Lohman to the stand.
All right.
I'm going to turn this TV off if that's okay. Well, turn this one on. Let's turn that one on, see if we can get it on.
Going to administer an oath again. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
Be seated. And the state may examine the witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Lohman. How are you?
Fine, how are you?
Good. I won't make you spell your name again. Here today to talk about the autopsies that you conducted in both Hannah Hazel Gilly and Clarence Franklin Rhoden. Did you in fact conduct those autopsies?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I believe you already testified that that Saturday, April 23rd, is when all 8 bodies were received and scanned and then placed in a cooler until such time as you did the autopsies.
Yes.
Correct? And that you did the females first on April 23rd, that same Saturday.
Yes.
Okay. And would you have done that first thing in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Lohman, did you do what you also had done for Christopher Rhoden Sr. and Gary Rhoden as far as how you conducted your examination, and then the diagrams that you prepared while you were actually doing the examination, and then the report that you prepared after the fact?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to focus first on Hannah Hazel Gilly. And approaching you with a few documents. The first one, I believe, is 9 pages stapled together. It states Exhibit G. You could tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the autopsy page, the autopsy report, the opinion page, and the toxicology report attached that I created.
And for Hannah?
Hannah, yes.
Okay. And then handing you 4 pages, again, that are stapled together, marked as States Exhibit G, 95. And if you could just take a moment to look at that as well, please.
Yes,
And do you recognize that?
yes.
And what is that?
These are the diagrams that I created when I was performing the autopsy.
Okay. And then one final document, just 1 page, marked as G106. Again, same thing, if you could just tell me if you recognize that.
Yes,
And what do you recognize that as?
this is the chain of custody report for the body of Hannah.
Okay. And before we go any further, can you just tell us, does that chain of custody report indicate what time Hannah Hazel Gilly would have been scanned in and placed in that cooler at your
Yes.
facility?
Yes,
And what time is
it's
that?
6:07 a.m.
Okay. Okay. Again, we talked about, you conducted this examination in the same fashion and manner as you would have for both Christopher and Gary Rhoden. And I believe you indicated that initially photographs are taken while the individual is still in the body bag that they arrived in, such that you can document the position that they're in at that point and the positioning of the clothing and anything else.
Yeah, yes.
Correct? Okay. And again, no photos, please. As in 0. G88.
What'd you say?
G88. Do you need anything else?
I need the digital. 88.
010. No.
001.
the autopsy photographs is what
Yes.
you're objecting to. Overruled.
G88.
Thank you.
Can you tell us what we are looking at there?
This is a photograph of Hannah Hazel as we open the body bag.
All right, can you minimize that, please? I'm going to approach the exhibit with this next photo, if that's okay with the court.
I'm sorry, you're going.
I'm going to approach the victim with this
Oh,
next
yes,
photo.
sure.
State's Exhibit G89. If you go ahead and just take a look at that, please, Doctor.
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is?
That's a picture of Hannah's chest showing her bra, and she has a maternity bra. And the hooks for the front of the bra are open.
Okay. And her breast is exposed in that
Yes.
photograph. And, okay, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit G91. $13, I believe. Okay, and can you tell us what we're looking at there?
So this is, again, as we open the body bag, and you're seeing the bottom half of Hannah Hazel.
Okay, and do you see liver mortis in that picture?
There is some liver mortis in that picture, yes.
Okay. And, go ahead, minimize that, please. Can you tell us if the liver mortis that you see in that is consistent with her laying mostly on her stomach, kind of to the right side?
On the right, yes, on the right side, yes.
Okay. And did you also take x-rays of Ms. Gilly prior to proceeding with your examination?
Yes.
H102. A, 1417A. And before we display that, I guess I should ask you, what injuries, what parts of the body did you notice injuries to on Ms. Gilly?
Hannah Hazel had injuries only to her head.
Okay. That's not the one. A. Yep. 1417A. Dr. Lohman, did you also collect the items that Ms. Gilly was wearing at the time that you did your autopsy examination?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And specifically, in the pictures, you said she had a nursing bra on, and then it appeared that she also had shorts on.
Yes.
Did she have on any other garments at
No.
that time? Okay. Any socks or shoes or anything of that nature?
No.
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as G96. If you could just tell us if you recognize that, and tell us what is in that bag.
Yes. This is her bra.
Okay. And is that something that you collected at the time of autopsy and ultimately provided to a BCIA agent?
Yes.
Okay. And then G97.
This is the shorts that we removed from her body.
Okay. And again, is that something that you collected at time of autopsy and then provided to the BCI agent?
Yes.
Okay. If you could show us G1, which is and is that showing up in front of you on that screen? Or when it?
Not the
Has-
moment, yes,
have
when
they
it's
been?
working, yes.
Okay. Okay, and do you recognize that item there?
Yes.
Okay, and it has that tag I believe you talked about before that you guys place on various, different parts on the body or different items that you collect to identify it as belonging to this.
For Hannah, yes.
Okay, all right. And you can tell, and not so great in this picture anyhow, but on those other ones, it appears to be somewhat saturated.
Yes.
In blood, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then G4? And again, is that just another side of the shorts that you collected from Hannah Hazel?
That's,
Gilly?
yeah, that's probably the back of her shorts, and you can kind of see the stain a little better that way.
Okay. Again, fairly saturated with blood.
Yes.
Okay. And then G2? And can you tell us what that item is?
This is the nursing bra.
Okay. And again, fairly saturated in blood?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can you tell us, first of all, when you x-rayed the head, and I don't know that we're going to get you the images, but so G82, which is the A. Can you tell us what we are looking at there?
This is a X-ray of Hannah Hazel's face, front to back. You can see the round orbits where the eyes are. You can see where her teeth are at the bottom. And then you can see 4 relatively larger white radio opaque things on the right side of the head, or at least next to where that R is, near there that R is. Those are bigger bullets. They are deformed, so you see their funny different shapes. They're deformed because they struck the bone. And then you see there's tiny little pieces of metal above those 4 pieces and on the other side by the left eye. Those are all tiny little fragments of bullet.
Counsel, what exhibit number is that?
G82, Your Honor. Okay, and then G83, which is B. And again, what are we looking at there?
So this is a side view of Hannah Hazel's face. Again, you can see 4, maybe 5 larger pieces of bullet and a lot of smaller fragments of the bullet.
Okay, and then, Doctor, did you do, similar to how you did before, did you start from top and go to bottom as far as those things, or I guess I should ask you, well, let me ask you this. How many gunshot wounds did Hannah Hazel have?
5.
Okay. And can you tell us, what was the first gunshot wound that you examined?
One on the front of her face in her left eye.
Okay. G26. Okay, so that is a front view, obviously, of Hannah Hazel. Has she been cleaned up in that photograph?
No, she is not.
Okay. And can you tell us what injuries are you able to observe in that photograph?
In that photograph, I'm looking at her left eye. There's some clotted blood that you see along the margin of her eye. You can also see some bruising on the inside of her eye on the left and on the latter corner of her eye. The blood that's in her mouth is not an injury. It's blood that's there because of the fractures to the skull. It actually fractures the sinus bones, and then the sinuses bleed down the back of the throat passively. So she's got blood in her mouth because of the trauma to her head.
Okay, and it almost looks like her tooth is black, but that's actually blood.
That's clotted blood, yes.
Okay. G28. And what are we looking at there?
This is a little closer picture trying to show, it's unclean, but it's showing the damage to the eye. There's a black clot covering it, so you can't quite see the injury yet, but there is damage to that eye.
Okay. And G42. Okay, and in this photograph, has she now been cleaned?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a kind of a clearer picture of that injury, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us, what are we looking at here?
So this is a picture of Hazel from the left side of her body. You could see that bruising that I was talking about that's in the corner of her eye and underneath and on the outside of her eye. You can see a lot of the bigger clots are cleaned off. You can see her eyelashes more toward the outer side of her. I'm pointing to my right eye, but I mean my left eye. There's appears to be damage there. And then you can see underneath the eye, there's little polka dot red marks. That's stippling from the gunshot wound.
Okay. And then G43. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
All right, so we've opened the eye, and on the lateral margin of the eye, you see something black. So remember when a bullet goes into the body, it creates a circle as it tears through the skin. What we're seeing black underneath there is a dried half circle of a gunshot wound to the eye. The other half of the circle is actually on the eyeball itself, and you can barely see a little hole in the eye, in the white part of the eye, and a big bruise above that. You can't actually see the second half of the circle that is the gunshot wound. But so, in essence, the bullet got a little bit of her lower eyelid and then went into her eye.
Okay. And you can go ahead and minimize that. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not her eye would have been opened or closed at the time that she was shot?
Her eyes, because it at least got part of her eyelids, I believe her eyelids were mostly closed. The fact that it didn't get the upper eyelid, it could be, some people sleep with their eyes slightly open. It could be that her eyes are slightly open. It could also be their eyes are fully open and it only got the bottom lid. So
it did not go through the top eyelid.
that's correct.
Okay.
So I can't tell technically if she was asleep or awake.
They could have been all the way open or partially closed.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, can you tell us, so that bruising and stuff that we saw around her eye, is that indicative of a second injury, or is that just a result of having been shot from gunshot wound number 1?
It's both.
Okay.
It's partly from the gunshot wound. It damages the eye and makes the eye bleed, and you get bruising around the eye. It's also because the bony plates behind the eyeball have broken, and those are vascular, and those bleed, and the bruising comes forward outside the eye. So it's a combination of both.
Okay. And did you observe an exit wound for that gunshot wound?
No.
Okay. And did you can you tell us what distance did you determine that was?
Because we could see stippling, that's an intermediate gunshot wound.
Okay, and that intermediate, again, is that 3 inches to 3 feet-ish
Yes.
range?
Yes.
And I know you said that equivocates sometimes based on the power of the weapon and some other variables.
Yes.
But generally speaking, that's the range.
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to determine the direction that that bullet traveled through once it entered her eye?
Yes.
And what was that?
It went left to right and backward. It ended up in the bones behind the right eye.
Okay. And doctor, can you tell us, would that be consistent with, again, if the shot was fired from this side of the bed and she is laying that direction and facing that direction, is that consistent with the path that traveled?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to the effect that would have had on Hannah Hazel?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
She would have been immediately unconscious.
Okay, and why do you say that?
The bullet not only causes injury, but there's also kinetic energy that travels with the bullet. It's shaking up the brain. It takes a lot to break the bones in the skull too. There's a lot of concussion trauma. So not only is it damaging her eye, but the brain is damaged as well. And so she would become unconscious.
Okay, so if she were conscious and awake, and again, hypothetically, and received that shot, and you said she would immediately go unconscious, would she possibly then slump over or relax? Her body would relax?
Yes.
Okay. Did you recover any projectile from that particular gunshot?
Yes.
And where did you collect that from?
That was still in the bone behind the right eye.
Okay. And then where did you locate gunshot wound number 2?
On the left side of her face, on her left forehead.
Okay. G31. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
So we're looking at the left side of Hannah Hazel's face. It is not completely clean yet, but you can see up on her forehead, she's got some blood and a blood clot. It's above our label that says 1418. You can also see she's got some blood coming from her left ear. That's a sign that the bones inside the head, especially the bone where your inner ear is broken. If that breaks, then you bleed outside your ear, so out of your ear. So that's what you're seeing.
Okay. And G34. Obviously, that's from the front, but are you able to see that second gunshot wound?
Yes.
There, the upper left.
Yes, it's on the right forehead. Do you want me to point it out?
Sure.
It's right there.
Okay. And can you explain what the towel is for?
Yes, when we started Hannah's autopsy, she had no rigor left, no stiffness left. And her head, after she died, was kind of dangling. And so when we put her on her back, her head won't stay up straight. So we wrapped the towel around her head to keep her head straight up, so we could have a straight down face shot, straight face.
Okay. And while we're on that topic of rigor, if somebody were to say that when they encountered Hannah Hazel's body while still at the scene, that it was in active rigor, would you say that is consistent with having been killed less than 24 hours prior to them noticing her body is in rigor?
When they found her on Friday,
Yes.
the 22nd,
Yes.
and then at the time of autopsy, that would be consistent.
Okay. Okay. So I believe you said rigor starts to leave around 24 hours.
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicated that a lot of factors play into that. go ahead.
which were relatively close together, and they were on the left side, not quite in front of the ear, a little bit above the ear.
Okay. And so you, on your report, you have them lumped together, and tell us why that is.
They are so close together that they essentially mimic each other in the damage that they cause and the path that they take. So I lumped them together because looking for which bullet belongs to which gunshot wound is hard, because the bullets followed the same path. So I just decided to consider them, describe them as one, even though there are two separate bullets and
Okay.
gunshot wounds.
Okay. And in fact, when you did your internal exam, when you were looking through the brain itself, were you able to tell they actually continued to get closer such that they almost shared the same path?
Yes.
As it were. Okay. G32. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Those are gunshot wounds number 3 and 4. 3 is the one that's more closer to the top of her head, and 4 is the one that's closer to her feet.
Okay. And G38. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a close-up of number 3 and 4.
Okay. And again, doctor, did you make a determination as to the distance?
Yes.
And what was that?
I called these indeterminate.
Okay. And again, because there's none of those signature markings that would indicate that it was closer than 3 feet.
Correct.
Okay. You can go ahead and minimize that, please. And if you could tell us what path did those both gunshot wounds number 3 and 4 take?
3 and 4 traveled across from left to right. There was a bullet that was found in the temporal lobe on the right side. There was some bullet fragments found actually in the skull, where it looked like the bullet attempted to leave but didn't actually leave. It broke the bone but then didn't go through the skin. So they were in close proximity to each other on the right side, kind of in behind the ear.
And again, that was left to right, correct?
Yes.
Without any directional upward or downward?
Yes.
Okay, similar to your gunshot wound number 2?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And then did you discover a final injury or gunshot wound
Yes.
to Hannah Hazel?
Yep.
It's G64.
What's the process for? What's the number usually?
G64, you need something else?
Yeah, give me the digital number.
064?
1418?
064? I don't know, it doesn't say. Nothing leading in there. Oh, yeah, 1418. Okay. And can you tell us what we're looking at here?
We're looking at the left side of Hannah's face. You can see gunshot wound number 2 on the forehead, 3 and 4 in front of the ear, and then 5 is close to the bottom of the picture,
Okay.
underneath the label.
And at this point, not only is she clean, but it appears that you have shaved some of her hair
Yes.
away. Okay. And is the gunshot wound number 5 the very back one?
Yes.
On the back of her head. Okay. And can you tell us, could you tell if there was an exit wound on this for gunshot wound number 5?
Yes, there was a partial exit wound.
Okay, and tell us about that.
This particular wound, you can't tell right at the moment from looking at it, but after peeling back the scalp and looking at the bone, this bullet came in very superficial to the bone where it grazed the surface of the bone. It creates both what looks like an entrance and an exit at the same time, so that there is a hole and some bullet goes in there, but at the same time it's so shallow the bullet breaks apart and some lead exits the skin, kind of in that same area. So below that round hole, you will find a little jagged star, which is an exit of a piece of the lead.
Sorry.
So they call that wound a keyhole wound.
Okay. And you said you call that a keyhole wound?
Yes, the appearance of the fracture on the skull itself kind of looks like a keyhole, a key, where you've got a circle on the bottom and jagged on the bottom. It looks a little bit like a key, so they call it a keyhole.
Okay. And can you tell us, doctor, for gunshot wounds 1 through 4, did you find any exit holes?
No,
Okay, so the bullets basically stayed within the skull.
yes,
Okay. So gunshot wound number 5 was the only one which had both an entrance and an exit, and you said that was kind of a superficial or shallow?
yeah, gunshot wound to the surface of the skull.
Okay.
And that's the exit, that's the partial exit, where a little piece of the lead exited, and that's below the round gunshot wound.
I'm going to pull it up for you in a minute.
I'm sorry, I thought you were seeing that, I apologize.
Got it? Okay, and this is a hybrid version of G69 with it focused solely on that wound, just for purposes of the record. Maybe.
Oh, there is what I was describing. It's a little bit of a laceration where a tiny piece of the lead broke off and exited even before the other piece of lead went into the head.
Okay. So you can go ahead and minimize that, please. So you've kind of already answered this, but that particular gunshot wound, what is the direction that traveled?
That one did go left to right. The remaining piece of lead ended up in the brain in the back. The brain in the back is called the occiput, so it's in the occiput of the brain. The other part did not enter her head, and we ended up finding that on her back. So it had fallen out of her hair and ended up on her skin on her back.
Okay. And did you collect the projectile that you found both within her skull and then the item that you collected that had fallen out?
Yes.
Basically, okay. I'm gonna hand you G103, G104, and G105, and ask you to look at those items and then tell me, or tell us if there's questions.
So in this container, which is G104, is a little comma-shaped piece of lead, which is what we found on her left shoulder, on the outside of her left shoulder.
Okay, and if we could stop you there, G80 and G81. So is that G80?
This will be G8.
Okay, and is that what you're talking about, that comma-shaped item?
It is comma-shaped, but that's not the one I'm
Oh,
talking about.
of course not. Sorry. That, okay, so G47, sorry. I just went with the first comma-shaped picture I found. That one,
Yes,
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where it says outside, meaning outside of the body,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And left blade,
yeah,
correct?
yeah, it's a abbreviation of shoulder blade, yes.
Okay, all right. So that is in that first one, which was marked G what? I'm sorry. I'm lost.
G104,
Okay, and then G105?
that is the picture that you showed previously. This is the bullet that I got from gunshot wound number 1 that went through her left eye and went across into the bone and ended up behind her right eye. They call that area of bone the middle cranial fossa. So MCF stands for right middle cranial fossa. So this is the bullet that went through her left eye.
Okay,
And that is G105.
thank you. And then G106.
This is a package containing the rest of the bullets that we pulled from her head. And I have 4 bullets and fragments from the head written on the side. So everything else that we collected from inside her head, we put in this package.
Okay, and I'm going to show you a photograph, and hopefully it matches what you're testifying to.
Yes,
Okay, so that the items photographed there are the remainder of the projectile and bullets that you recovered from within the head of
yes, yes,
Hannah Hazel Gilly.
yes.
Okay. And did you, for all of those projectiles, you placed them in those boxes, correct?
Yes,
And then did you ultimately provide those to BCI?
yes.
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit G101, if you can just tell us what that item is, please.
These are fingerprints, all 10 fingerprints that we took from Hannah when she came through our office.
Okay. And then G102.
This is the DNA card that we put 2 drops of blood on this card in case they need to do DNA testing from her and comparing any of her DNA to anywhere at the crime scene.
And G98.
This is her head hair.
Okay, and again, just to have a standard in order to test against any other evidence that might have been at the scene or whatever.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And G99.
This is fingernails from her left hand.
Okay. And then G100.
These are fingernails from her right hand.
things that we did not see in this, for this individual was none of the paper bags that we saw with Chris and Gary. But do you know, is that something, do you know if it was your office that had done the bags on Chris and Gary, or whether it was, those were placed on them before they were put in the body bags?
Those were placed on them before they left the scene.
Okay. So if there were bags on here, you do not see any when you open up the body bag?
That's correct.
Correct, okay. And again, as with any homicide, were photographs taken of the hands of Hannah Hazel?
Yes.
G12. And can you tell us what we're looking at?
I believe this is her, Hannah's left hand. I believe she's laying on her belly. I can see just the very top of her hip at the top right corner of the picture. And there's a blue band on her left wrist, which is what our office puts on all the bodies that come through our office. We put the person's name on there in case they get separated from anything that identifies who they are. At least we've got the name, or their name on their wrist. So this is her left hand, the palm of her left hand.
Okay, and then G13.
This is her right hand, palm of her right hand.
And G93. 93. Huh? Okay, can you tell us what we're looking at?
So this is the back of the right hand.
Okay, and Ripley's, believe it or not, I can't find a left hand, so. But can you tell us, did you examine the entire body of Hannah Hazel?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you find any injuries on her hands that would be suggestive of a fight or anything of that nature?
No, I did not.
Okay, and upon, well, let me, before I go there, you indicated there was only that one exit wound, gunshot wound number 5. When you recovered the projectile, were you able to observe whether or not those were similar to the projectiles that you had removed from the body of Christopher Sr. and Gary Rhoden?
I did look at the bullets, yes.
Okay, and can you tell us, do you have an opinion as to whether or not they were the same or similar? Did you see the same or similar characteristics?
No, I did not.
Okay, and tell us the differences.
These bullets that I pulled out of Hannah are smaller and did not have a copper-colored jacket covering them. Okay. And they did not have any of that red polymer plug that we saw yesterday.
Okay. And Did you, when you observed any of the internal injuries to the brain and the paths and such, did you have an opinion as to the approximate caliber of that?
I had questions about the caliber, yes.
Okay, and tell us about that.
Yes. 22 caliber, a very common gun that's used in Cincinnati. And 22 are lower velocity compared to the gunshot wounds we saw yesterday. So they leave round holes in the head, and sometimes they exit through a round hole, and sometimes they don't. And they don't leave that much damage inside the skull. There's not a lot of tiny pieces of the skull left. They don't do that type of thing. And so when I saw these fractures in Hannah's head and the extent of the damage that these small little bullets, what looked like 22 caliber bullets, did to the head, I had a question about whether these were just plain regular 22 caliber weapons or ammunition. And there is a type of 22 caliber weapon ammo where they put extra gunpowder in the casing, and they call those 22 LRs or long rifles. And I was wondering if that's what was used instead of just a regular 22 caliber weapon.
Just based on the damage that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us when you did you observe any other under your injuries? Referring you to page 2 of your report. Can you tell us what other injuries you observed on Hannah Hazel, or what other injuries you documented?
The only injuries that I documented were what was found inside the head.
Okay. And so the subgaleal hemorrhages, that was internal?
Yes, the subgalia is when you look at the underside of the scalp. That's called the galea, and so sub means underneath the scalp. So in some of those pictures, I think you did see some hemorrhage. So there was some hemorrhage of the scalp itself. And then I mentioned the comminuted fractures, meaning the skull is fractured in tiny little pieces. That's what made me concerned about what type of ammo it was. And then there was a big blood clot on the right side of the head called a subdural hemorrhage. And then there was some hemorrhage on the surface of the brain called subarachnoid hemorrhage. And then the brain was severely lacerated from the path of the bullets.
Okay. And G35. You talked about when we were observing all the injuries to the left side of her face, and there was blood in the left ear. And notice this is the right side of her face, and there is also blood in her ear there.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, the bullets went left to right, so they broke left to right. So they broke the bones on the right side, and they broke the bone where her ear canal, her inner ear is, and so that's why there's blood coming out.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Lohman, when you did an examination, again, you did that entire both external and internal examination of her body,
Yes.
correct? And when you got to the genitalia slash mammary glands, can you tell us if you had an opinion as to whether or not she was actively breastfeeding? I don't mean actively breastfeeding when she was killed, but just if she was actively nursing a child.
Objection. It's not relevant to anything.
Relevance is,
Pardon me?
relevance of the,
Again, Your Honor, this is just part of corroborating other people's testimony that we have yet to hear but will hear.
There's no dispute.
say it again?
There is no dispute.
So you're stipulating that she was nursing her child?
It's not relevant to the issues. This evidence is not in dispute by the defense, Judge. I don't know why we're going through it with such excruciating detail when it's not in question as to the manner.
Your Honor,
or
may
the
we
cause of
approach,
death.
please?
Say it again.
May we approach?
Yes. It's the state argument that the last question that was asked, the response to that, if the court permits that to be given, is material to something else that's going to develop in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then I'll permit you, I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lohman, I'm not sure what question I asked specifically, but did you form an opinion, or could you tell, were there any findings that you had that were consistent with Hannah Hazel nursing a child at that time?
Yes.
And can you tell us specifically what you found?
Her breasts were full, which indicates that she was lactating.
Okay. And I believe you used the lobulated with lactating ducts on your
Yes.
thing. So is that just...
That's funny pathology terms for the breasts are full, and it looks like she's lactating.
Okay, thank you. Did you also ask for toxicology in Hannah Hazel's during her
Yes.
autopsy? Okay. And what did the toxicology reveal?
We found a little bit of alcohol in her system, but based on the amount of alcohol, which is 0.01, which is, the legal level is 0.08. 0.01 is so low that when you die and you start to decompose, you actually produce a little bit of alcohol. And so when we did toxicology, we found a little bit of alcohol, which is probably from her decomposition.
Okay.
But there were no other drugs found.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, I have no other questions as to this particular autopsy. I don't know if the court would like to take a break before we start with.
Yes, we've been at it for 2 hours now, so that's what typically we'd like to break about every 2 hours. So we are going to take a 15-minute recess. That would be until 3:45. While you're on break, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case. Do not do any research concerning this case from any source at all as to the facts or as to the law. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with any participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything further at this point before we take our 15-minute recess?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, we are in recess until 3:45. Please assemble at that time at the jury room. council ready for the jury to be brought up?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring him, Jason. You may be seated. And the state may resume its questioning of the witness.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lohman, I meant to ask you before we left Hannah Hazel, did you see photographs of how Frankie and Hannah Hazel were found in the bed?
Yes.
Okay. And the injuries that you saw, the pathways they took, et cetera, with Hannah Hazel, were those consistent with the position that you observed her to be in while she was in that bed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So moving now to Clarence Franklin Rhoden, and I will refer to him probably as Frankie. Going to approach you again with some documents. The first being an 8-page document, which is stapled together and marked as State's Exhibit H. If you could tell me what that is, please. And what is that?
This is the autopsy report I created for Clarence Franklin Rhoden that has the toxicology attached and my opinion on the front page.
Okay, and then handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit H-105. It's 5 pages stapled together. However, that is only 3 pages of a diagram, I believe, that you did, and I believe it's likely the same explanation as yesterday as far as there's multiple copies, I believe, of page 1 in that document.
Yes, page 1. To try to, these are the diagrams that I drew during autopsy. And again, I drew too close to the margins, and so when they get copied, one margin or the other gets cut off. So I made 2 copies so I have both sides of the margins.
Okay. And then finally, H-115, if you could tell me what that is.
This is the chain of custody for the receipt of Clarence Rhoden.
Okay, and can you tell us on that chain of custody what time it would have been that Frankie Rhoden was scanned and placed in the cooler at your facility?
At 6 o'clock in the morning on April 23rd.
And again, I believe you already discussed that you did the females on that Saturday, the 23rd, the same day that they arrived.
Yes.
And then you did all the men except for Chris Sr. on that Sunday, which would have been April 24th,
Yes.
correct? And is that consistent with what is noted on your diagram, for instance, for Frankie, that it was conducted on?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and again, you follow the same process with Frankie Rhoden as you did with the others, as far as first taking photographs while they're still in the bag that they arrived in, such that you can document the position that they were found in.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. State's Exhibit H1.
Yeah.
H1, I'm sorry. Can you tell us what we are looking at?
This is the picture of Frankie after we've opened the body bag, and we're looking at him from the right side.
Okay. H2. And again,
This is a top-down picture of the upper chest and face with with Frankie's right arm over the top of his head. That's how he came to us.
okay. And then H3.
This is his torso and the top of his thighs.
And again, is that how he would have came to you?
Yes.
Okay. H5. And what is that a photo of?
Those are his lower legs with his feet.
Okay. And H54. And can you tell us what that is?
That's the tag that was placed on his body when he was still in Pike County. I'm not sure if that's the Pike County Coroner's tag or BCI's tag, but it has his name on it.
Okay. And does it also have a date of birth of 8/10 of 95?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay, thank you. And again, that's just how they identify the individual that is coming to you?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And then, can you tell us, Doctor, what injuries and where on Frankie's body did you observe injuries?
The injuries I observed were on his face and head.
Okay. And did you also do an X-ray of his head?
Yes, I did.
Okay. H102, which is A, yes. Okay, and can you tell us what we are looking at there?
So this is a picture of Frankie's head from the side. You can see where his teeth are and the round circles, his orbit. And then you can see 4 pieces of metal in his head.
Okay. Thank you. And Dr. Lohman, did you also collect the clothing that Frankie had on when he arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And again, can you tell us what clothing he had on?
He only had on those blue boxer shorts.
Okay. Going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit H106. If you can just look at that and tell me if you...
Yeah, these are the boxer shorts. They have it listed as undershorts.
Okay. And H18. And can you tell us if you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are the shorts after we remove them.
Okay, and I believe you can see some blood staining up in the upper right.
Yes.
H19. And can you tell us what that is?
This is the back surface of his shorts that are saturated in blood.
Okay. And again, he did not receive any injuries to the lower part of his body, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. can you go ahead and, first of all, can you tell us how many gunshot wounds did Frankie Rhoden have on him?
3.
And can you tell us, I believe you already said that was in the face and head, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you go ahead and tell us what was gunshot wound 1?
Gunshot wound number 1 was on the right cheek.
And can you tell us what path did that take?
That bullet was on the right side of the cheek, and it actually crossed the midline and ended up in the back of his head, still inside his head.
H35. And can you tell us, what are we looking at there?
This is a top-down picture of Frankie's face. The gunshot is that brown spot on his right cheek, which is close to the bottom of the picture.
Okay, and again, we are seeing what I think we've called raccoon eyes before, or just the bruising around both eyes.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is from?
That is from the other gunshot wounds that we haven't discussed yet. They went across the back of his orbits and broke those, as well as the plate where your nose nerves come from. So they call it a cribiform plate. So it broke all the bones behind his eyes and his nose, and so that's bruising that's coming forward from the damage to the bones.
Okay. And H40. And can you tell us what we are looking at there?
That is a more straight-on shot from the right side showing the gunshot wound, as well as the bruising on the right eye.
Okay. And were you able to make a determination as to your opinion as to the distance that would have been fired from?
Yes,
And what was that opinion?
I called that indeterminate.
Okay, and again, because we don't see any of those stippling or soot or burn
That's correct.
marks, correct? Okay. You can minimize that, please. States Exhibit H37. Can you tell us what we are looking at there?
That is hemorrhage in his right eye. There's a membrane that covers the surface of your eye, and that hemorrhage is underneath that membrane. And that's all from the trauma behind it, the fractured bone and the soft tissue that's damaged.
Okay, so that does not represent a gunshot wound to his eye,
That's correct.
Okay, and that is not also related, or is it related to gunshot wound number 1?
No, it's related to the 2 that we haven't discussed yet.
Okay. And just going to show you H44. And again, just the liver mortis that you see there, if you can explain that to us, or,
Yes.
or what that indicates to you.
Yes. So again, livor mortis occurs with gravity. We do, based on the way he looked in the body bag, that's how he was at the scene with his one arm above his head. His head tilted to the right and stayed on the right, and so the livor mortis is on the right side of his face. You could see this pink color around his ear, along his neck. So although he was laying on his back, his head was to the right, so livor mortis from the head is on the right.
Okay. And doctor, do you have an opinion if he is laying on his back? Again, did you see the scene pictures?
Yes.
And did you observe Frankie laying on his back in those
Yes.
pictures? And do you have an opinion as to what position he would have been in when he received that wound to the right cheek?
The fact that it looks like it was straight on, that it didn't have any angle to it, and the fact that it ended up on the other side of the head tells me that his head was probably looking straight up at the ceiling, or at least facing straight up toward the ceiling.
Okay. All right, and were you able to recover any projectiles from the wounds, from that gunshot wound number 1?
Yes.
Frankie? And where did you recover those from?
That was in the back of his head on the left side. It was on the outer surface, not actually in the brain, but on the outer, between the brain and the bone itself. There was actually a second piece that broke off, and we found it in the scalp itself. So it was actually 2 pieces.
And where was the second gunshot wound to?
Gunshot wound number 2 was on the left side on his left temple.
Okay, and was gunshot 3 fairly close to that
Yes.
one as well? Okay, and where was gunshot number 3?
That was a little lower by his ear, a little bit by his ear. So 1 on his temple and 1 by his ear. So this was number 2 and 3.
Again, going top to bottom.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And were you able to tell the path of both 2 and 3?
Yes.
And what was that?
That traveled left to right and ended up on the right side of his head, still inside his head, a little higher, kind of like in this area, a little bit above the temple bone. Both of them are very close together. Both of the bullets are very close together.
Okay. And were you able to recover any projectile from either of those wounds?
Yes.
And where did you recover them from?
I recovered them both from the right, inside the head, outside the brain, on the right side here.
Okay. And did you observe any exit wounds on Frankie Rhoden?
No.
Okay. So basically, once the bullet entered, it remained there.
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit H28. And what are we looking at there?
So these are gunshot wounds number 2 and 3. Number 2 is closer to the top of his head, and number 3 is closer to his ear.
Okay. And then H29, it appears in that now that he has been, that area has been shaved for you to closer examine those
Yes.
wounds?
Yes.
Okay. And again, did you determine a distance for those injuries?
Yes.
And what was that?
I called those indeterminate.
Okay, and again, that's the greater than 3 feet.
Yes.
Okay. H59. And again, what are we looking at there?
Those are even closer pictures
Okay.
of number 2 and 3.
And again, absent the stippling and soot and burn marks that you had referenced previously,
Yes.
correct? Okay. You can minimize that. And I don't know that I asked you, for gunshot number wound, was that also an indeterminate distance?
Yes.
Okay. So all 3 shots, gunshot wounds that Frankie received, you determined was from an indeterminate distance,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And again, what other injuries do you notice on Frankie?
The only visible external injuries are those bruises we saw and the hemorrhage in his eye, and the rest are the injuries that occur in the head because of the gunshot wounds.
And did you also collect and place the projectile that you recovered from Frankie into one of those little boxes?
Yes.
Okay. handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit H-110. If you can look at that and tell me what that is.
This is our bullet box where we put all of the projectiles in. I have it labeled from the head for Frankie.
Okay. And H-95? And can you tell us if that is the same box that you just held in your hands?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And those represent the projectiles that you recovered from the head of Frankie Rhoden on April
Yes.
24th, 2016. Okay. And can you tell us, did you notice any differences or similarities between those projectiles and the projectiles that you recovered from Hannah Hazel Gilly?
Yes.
And what was your
They
observation?
seem to be the same caliber or same size of bullet.
Okay. And again, but different than what you found with Chris and Gary?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to read these out loud. You had the periorbital swelling and hemorrhage, right subconjunctival hemorrhage. See, I ruined
Yes.
that one, didn't I? And tell us what that is.
That's the bruising around the eyes, the periorbital bruising around the eyes. And the conjunctiva is the name of the membrane that covers the surface of your eyes. So there's hemorrhage underneath it, so it's called subconjunctival hemorrhage.
Okay. And then the subgaleal hemorrhages, I believe, were similar to.
That's
what Hannah
hemorrhages
Hazel had.
underneath the scalp and the area where the bullets went through the skin.
Okay, and then the comminuted fractures of the skull, again, we've seen that
Yes,
as well.
the skulls are fractured into tiny little pieces.
Okay, and then you said bilateral subdural hemorrhage, diffuse subarachnoid hemorrhage, scant intraventricular.
Ventricular hemorrhage.
Ventricular hemorrhage.
All right,
okay.
so the description of where the hemorrhages are in the brain, he's got big collections of blood on both sides of his head, and then membrane, there's a membrane on the brain, and that has hemorrhage as well, called subarachnoid hemorrhage. And then inside the brain, you have ventricles that circulate just your fluid, and he's got hemorrhages in those ventricles as well.
Okay, and then lacerations and perforations of the brain, just
Yes,
the damage that
that's the damage to the brain from the bullets.
Okay. And did you order a toxicology for Frankie as well?
Yes.
And can you tell us what the results were?
He had alcohol similar to Hannah Hazel. He had a .017, which is very low, and it's likely due to the level of decomposition that he has.
Okay. And did he have slightly more decomposition than Hannah Hazel?
He did. By the time we autopsied Hannah, she was out of rigor, but she barely spent any time in a cooler. He spent some time in a cooler, which maybe slowed down some of his decomposition, but he looked like he was a little farther along than she was.
Okay. And again, if both of them were killed at approximately the same time, does the weight and the time spent in the cooler or not affect some of that?
Yes, it does. And he was 260 pounds compared to her 133.
Basically twice
Yes.
her weight. Okay. And doctor, did you form an opinion as to what caused the death of Frankie Rhoden?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
Multiple gunshot wounds to the head.
Okay, and I don't believe I asked that final question regarding Hannah Hazel. Do you have an opinion as to what caused her death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds to the head.
And once again, doctor, are those opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based on your training, knowledge, and experience?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Defense may cross-examine.
Well, I would like her to identify those. I'm sorry. I apologize, Your Honor. Again, similar as before, H113, if you can just tell us what that is, please.
Yes, this is the DNA card that we collected with Frankie's blood.
Okay, and H111?
These are his fingerprints.
And H112?
This is the clippers for his, that we used when we clipped his fingernails.
Okay. And H114?
This is his facial hair, so hair from his beard.
H107?
This is head hair.
H108?
These are fingernails from the left hand,
And then H109?
fingernails from the right hand.
Okay. And regarding those items, along with the projectiles that you collected, all from the body of Frankie Rhoden, did you maintain those and then release them to BCI?
Yes.
Now I have more questions. Thank you.
The defense may cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Doctor. Good to see you again.
Yes.
I just have a very few questions. I'm going to wait till this chart that we started yesterday makes it over here. And what I'd like to do is just go over the various gunshot wounds to both victims
Okay.
and put it on my chart.
Okay.
Could we have State's Exhibit G95, which would be the diagram for Hannah Gilly? Do you have that place? Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Where do you want to
Let's start at the top. Okay, this is the diagram you prepared during the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Thank you for doing this. These are very helpful. With respect to Ms. Gilly, GSW1, the entrance you have on this diagram, correct?
Yes.
And that was to her eye, is that right?
Yes.
And I believe your report says it was skin powder tattooing.
Yes.
All right, would that be a contact type wound?
No.
What would it be?
That's intermediate.
That's intermediate. And intermediate, as you said yesterday, and I think you said earlier today, that would be 3 inches to 3 feet. Is that
Yes. Approximately.
approximately right? No one knows exactly right, but that's the system you use.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to use HHG, intermediate, and that is gunshot wound number 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to gunshot wound number 2. If we could scroll down on the diagram. Mr. Wilson? That's fine. Scroll down to the next level, right there. And in that diagram, you show actually gunshot wound number 2. Is that right?
Yes.
GSW2,
Yes.
GSW3,
Yes.
GSW4,
Yes.
and GSW5. Is that
Yes.
And those are relatively close together as reflected in your diagrams.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Now, with respect to the distance for those 4 different gunshot wounds, they're all indeterminate as well. Is that right?
Yes.
So it's actually, for Hannah Hazel Gilly, it's gunshot wound number 1 through gunshot wound number 5. Is that correct?
No. Indeterminate means 3 feet to infinity.
Thank you for correcting me. It's the next level.
Yes,
So let me turn the page. So, just to make clear, thank you for correcting me, it's gunshot wound 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all indeterminate.
Yes.
Which is 3 feet or more. Is
yes,
that correct?
yes,
All right, so let me write that in on the correct page this time. And that's 2 through 5, is that right?
yes,
Okay. Now let's go to H105 if we could, which is your diagram of Frankie, correct?
yes,
All right. And as you just testified, Frankie had 3 gunshot wounds,
yes,
all right? And is this Frankie? or-
yes.
Okay.
I have Clarence instead of Frankie on the top.
All right, it's Clarence Franklin Rhoden.
Yes,
Commonly referred to as Frankie, I believe. So on your diagram there, you have GSW1. Is that correct?
yes.
And where is that?
That's on his right cheek?
Correct, right below the eye. is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
And what is the distance on that?
That's indeterminate.
All right. Make sure I have the correct page here. And indeterminate is 3 feet or more, correct?
Yes,
All right. That's gunshot wound number 1.
yes,
All right, could we scroll down to the next one, please? Okay, and right, thank you, right there. And gunshot wounds 2 and 3 are also shown here, correct?
yes,
Close together,
yes, and
and they are also indeterminate, is that
Yes.
right? So all 3 for Frankie are indeterminate.
yes,
Let me write that down. Gunshot wound number 1 to 3. And those are all of the injuries that you observed on both victims, is that right?
yes. And the injuries inside the head, yes,
And as well as the associated
Yes, yeah.
injuries inside of the head directly as a result of the gunshot.
yes.
All right. If I could have just one moment. Doctor, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You may step down.
Thanks.
It's 4:24. I don't know whether council had anything you wish to do before we recess for the day.
No, Your Honor.
It's recessed.
Sorry.
I think we're done for the day.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be recessing at this time. Now, you'll be going home again. You'll be leaving your notepads on your chairs and wearing your badges home until you're back in the courtroom again tomorrow morning. You're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You're to do no research at all concerning this case from any source at all, either as to the facts or as to the law. You're not to read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source, which would include internet sources, it would include Facebooks, other social networking media, and the like, and would also include such things as newspapers, radio, or television. You're not to permit yourself to listen or view or read anything from any source. And you're to have no contact with any of the participants in the trial, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. And at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, please be present at the court, not only at the courthouse, but at the jury room downstairs. The same process tomorrow. You'll be brought up here by court personnel. And so with that, we are adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.